Chapter 1208. In the Origin Tao, Fang Ping's illusion stood proudly in the middle of the Tao, extremely domineering. At the side, old Zhang was almost out of sight from the crowd. Fang Ping could not help but laugh, feeling a little emotional. Li Zhu and the others said that he and old Zhang would have a battle in the end. If this continued, it might come true. At this moment, as he approached the illusion, Fang Ping realized that the illusion seemed to have some connection with him. There was a vague connection. Fang Ping looked at his own illusion, then at old Zhang, and seemed to understand something. If the illusion fuses with old Zhang and breaks his Tao, perhaps the fusion can be completed. Fang Ping closed his eyes and took a gamble. At this moment, he could only do this, hoping that old Zhang could successfully fuse. As for himself, if the origin Tao was broken, his strength should decline a little, but it did not matter. Fang Ping was already prepared. After refining 3 saint tokens, the origin world might be like Tsang Mao, no longer covering the Tao and moving forward directly. At this moment, he had a total of 12 saint tokens in his hands, but he had not refined the 3 that he had just snatched. If the Tao is broken, maybe I can open up a new Tao. There might not be a problem. Fang Ping stopped thinking about it and kicked away old Zhang, who was blocking the way. Don't block the way. I have something to do. In the next moment, Fang Ping stepped into the body of the giant illusion. At this moment, he had a strange feeling. It was very special. In this illusion, he seemed to be able to feel old Zhang's Tao, even feel that he could control old Zhang's Tao. The effect of Emperor Tao. It was too special. Fang Ping never thought that his own illusion would appear in someone else's Tao, and the moment he walked in, he actually felt that he could control the 70,000 meters long Tao. Unfortunately, it's only a weak influence. Fang Ping was a little regretful. This Tao was not omnipotent. Otherwise, the current him, controlling old Zhang's Tao, directly adding to the origin Tao with his foundation, would be much stronger than old Zhang. He would be a top-notch powerhouse without Tao fusion. However, his control only felt that he could control old Zhang a little. It was fine to affect old Zhang, but it could not enhance himself. Then let's fuse. Fang Ping no longer delayed. Time was tight outside. Even if old Zhang held the god-slaying saber and suppressed the world with 9 saint tokens, he could not possibly be a match for the 3 kings. If this went on, old Zhang might not die, but the humans' top powerhouses would probably die. Fang Ping's origin chi erupted. In the next moment, a small path penetrated through the great path. It was beyond imagination. Fang Ping's Tao directly penetrated old Zhang's Tao and entered it. Human sovereign, human king. This was the difference between the two. Fang Ping's path was shorter and narrower than old Zhang's. The moment Fang Ping's Tao entered, there was a rumble, and old Zhang's Tao began to tremble. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He steered the apparition forward swiftly. Behind him, his own great Tao was also moving forward. Behind them, old Zhang's apparition followed the road and walked forward. Fang Ping turned his head to take a look and suddenly laughed out loud. Old Zhang, can you not stare at me like I'm a thief? Stay where you are and don't move. Zhang Tao, who was fighting outside the passageway, could not help cursing. He sent King Sun flying with a saber strike, and his origin body scattered. King Sun and King Zhen weren't without weapons either. At this moment, both of them had Heavenly King seals in their hands. However, the Heavenly King seals were a little difficult to control. After being slashed by the Demon Emperor, old Zhang had already been slightly injured. Now that he had entered this place, old Zhang's source energy still contained the sovereign Tao's aura. Now, the Heavenly King seal was greatly suppressed. This was Zhang Tao's home ground, and they were fighting using their source energy. Their only weapon, the Heavenly King seal, was ineffective. Li Zhu was also fighting with his fists, so he was at a disadvantage. At this moment, King Zhen said angrily, I will go out and destroy their physical bodies. Li Zhu, if you don't give it your all, rumble. A loud noise could be heard. Zhang Tao was sent flying with a saber strike. He shouted, "You want to leave after coming in? If you don't destroy this world, don't even think about leaving." Since the three of them had come in, he did not plan to let them leave immediately. As for Li Zhu, his expression changed. For a moment, he seemed to be hesitating. He had the Thousand Worlds Cauldron. This was also a special weapon that could enter the source and suppress it. However, if he used the Thousand Worlds Cauldron now, there might be some changes. The Thousand Worlds Cauldron was very powerful. Once he entered it, he might be able to suppress the 9 sage tokens. If that was the case, it would be much easier to destroy Zhang Tao's source world. While Li Zhu was still hesitating, at this moment, at the side of the battlefield, a loud noise could be heard coming from the giant door. Inside the Origin Dao, Fang Ping made up his mind. When he reached the end of the Dao, his shadow suddenly shattered and merged into the darkness. At this moment, there seemed to be a path opening in the darkness, but it was not obvious. Fang Ping's origin qi was rapidly dispersing. Fang Ping used his wealth points to recover. It was not easy to connect the Dao. If it was someone else, they might not be able to quickly connect it. Just like last time, when the 6 near emperors fused, old Zhang could only forcefully wrap them up. But now, Fang Ping was helping old Zhang all the way. He used a large amount of origin qi to help old Zhang stabilize the path. "There's no one else who can do what I do." Fang Ping sighed. "This is considered after-sale service. I even helped old Zhang stabilize the Dao." At this moment, the Dao behind him began to extend forward. Fang Ping made up his mind again. Break! Boom! At this moment, it seemed like the entire source universe was shaking. From the outside, at this moment, Fang Ping's star and old Zhang's star were almost next to each other. Fang Ping's star was not small to begin with, but now it was collapsing and shrinking rapidly. Outside, Fang Ping's golden body collapsed again. Large amounts of origin qi started dispersing. Heaven and earth roared. At this time, the reaction was not much worse than the death of a saint or even a heavenly king. The movement was huge, and this was just a fracture, but this kind of fracture seemed a little unusual. In Fang Ping's source world, the shadows retreated from the path and returned to Fang Ping's source world, retreating to Sun City and MCMAU. The golden star was collapsing. At this time in the space battlefield, the few powerhouses' battle paused for a moment. Heavenly King Zhen's expression changed drastically. Did it really fuse? This did not seem to be the movement of Zhang Tao's death. They could still sense Zhang Tao's qi dynamic. It seemed to be Fang Ping's. No, they could not sense Fang Ping's qi dynamic. So, whether it was Fang Ping or not, they were not sure. But now, Fang Ping's golden body outside suddenly began to collapse. Around him, large amounts of origin qi overflowed, creating a scene of origin qi in all directions. King Kuin was also slightly stunned. Then he shouted, "Divine Church, listen up. Go and kill the human martial artist's flesh. Destroy Fang Ping's flesh." King Kuin roared. Having said that, King Kuin suddenly laughed. "Fang Ping, Dao fusing Zhang Tao?" Fang Ping actually turned it around and chose Dao fusing Zhang Tao. Was Fang Ping's Dao very strong? They still had some understanding of this. At most, it was 10,000 meters. Would this kind of continuation of Dao help Zhang Tao? They were afraid of Zhang Tao Dao fusing Fang Ping because Fang Ping's foundation was too strong. 9 forging golden body, the quality of vitality changed. After Dao fusing, if the increase was too great, Fang Ping would be terrifyingly strong. That was why they were worried. But Fang Ping, Dao fusing Zhang Tao, was not so scary. Zhang Tao did not change qualitatively. What were the humans thinking? What were Fang Ping and Zhang Tao thinking? However, soon he could not laugh anymore. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be split open. Dao roared. Tens of thousands of Tao appeared and blood rained down. Even he himself trembled slightly at this moment. His expression changed drastically, and he could not help but exclaim, "Imperial Tao! No, it's impossible!" Imperial Tao was broken? Just as he exclaimed, the big movement caused by Fong Ping did not stop. The sky was split open. Fong Ping's Tao was not considered powerful, only more than 2,000 meters. But at this time even the sky was cracking. 3 realms, heavenly kings and saints fell, and the blood rain did not stop. However, soon, everyone realized that something was wrong. The sky was cracking open. Blood rained down. At this moment, all the powerhouses walked out. The alternate world space, where the God creation envoy was, heaven and earth were cracking open. The God creation envoy's expression changed slightly, and he murmured, "Imperial fall." No, no, someone with the qualifications to become an emperor died. Who? Who died? The qualifications to become an emperor. The 3 realms was changing. At this moment, all the powerhouses were shocked. Even when a heavenly king fell, there was not such a big movement. At this moment, the sky was cracking open. Who died? The strongest powerhouse? Or something else? At this moment, all the humans suddenly felt empty, as if they had lost something. Sun City. Countless people walked out of their homes. Let the blood rain pour down. Some raised their heads to look at the sky. Some had blank eyes empty. What was wrong? The weak did not understand, but the powerhouses seemed to have sensed something. Sun City's commander, rank 9 powerhouse Zhangpeng, suddenly burst into tears. Dead. Who was the one who died? Fong Ping. How was that possible? The human race's myth, legend, this generation's human king, had died in battle. Zhang Peng's tears evaporated quickly. No, it was impossible. It was impossible. It could not be told. Human King Fong Ping had died in battle. Once this news spread, the 3 realms would be in turmoil, and the human race would soon suffer an unprecedented blow. It was impossible. It could not be Fong Ping. How could Fong Ping die? However, but today 2 heavenly kings had died. Who knew how many powerhouses had died? McMao. Wu Quishan's face was pale, pale as a corpse. Was this Fong Ping? No way. He was a legend. He was an undefeated legend. He would not die. However, why did this great Tao collapse suddenly feel like something was missing? What was going on? On the other side, a cat opened its eyes again. The sadness had not disappeared. At this moment, the cat's eyes were tired and doubtful. In the next moment, the cat fell asleep. It wanted to take a look. The swindler's Tao seemed to be broken. How could this be? His Tao was broken by someone. The cat did not think that Fong Ping was dead. Fong Ping's source world had already taken shape. Even if the great Tao was broken, he would not die so easily. However, this time the movement was huge. This meant that the swindler's Tao had been broken. In all directions, the 3 realms and the sea of misery, powerhouses walked out, looking up at the sky, their eyes blank. Who died? The top powerhouses could vaguely feel that the great Tao that was broken this time was definitely extremely important. Perhaps it was a powerhouse who had set foot on the imperial path, in the void where the heavenly cemetery was. Even in 9th heaven, at this moment, they saw the sky crack and the darkness receding. The cat guard captain looked at the vast starry sky and the huge crack. The crack did not really exist. It was just a reflection. However, at this moment, the cat guard captain was still shocked. A great Tao has collapsed. If it's not an ultimate great Tao, then the great Tao of a powerhouse who had a chance to step into the emperor realm has collapsed. Who is it? Ha ha ha. At this moment, on the mainland in front, someone laughed out loud. The Tao of the origin is wrong in the first place. Even such a powerhouse as great Tao has collapsed. Looks like the 3 realms is going to be in chaos. Tengu roared, and then he could not help but look up at the sky. Very quickly he began to sense the origin again. He cursed. Who died? Why didn't I sense it? I did sense unquestionable Jian's death, but who is it? As he spoke, he looked at the cat guard captain and asked curiously, if it's not the fall of an ultimate powerhouse, then is it the death of an Imperial Path successor? It should be. The cat guard captain's expression was not very good, and he was slightly regretful. What a pity. I wonder who died. I'm afraid that person has already set foot in the Imperial Path, but he actually died. Tengu thought for a while and muttered, it can't be that kid, right? Who? The current Wang Fangping. Tengu raised his huge dog head, and the expression in his eyes changed. Is it really him? When I saw him that day, I vaguely sensed an Imperial Path aura, but it wasn't obvious. If it's not an ultimate powerhouse, then it is very likely to be him. If it's Zhang Tao, you and I should be able to sense it. Zhang Tao was also a heavenly king. Once he died, the origin universe would not be peaceful. Right now, there was not much movement in the origin universe. This meant that the person who died should be below the heavenly king level. When a saint died, they would more or less sense it. This meant that perhaps the other party was not even a saint, and such a person might have set foot in the Imperial Path. If it was not Fang Ping, who else could it be? The cat guard captain's expression was complicated. The person that the cat has been following. Yes. Sigh. A sigh resounded in all directions. The cat guard captain shook his head. What a pity dead. This was a successor who had set foot in the Imperial Path. He died just like that? Even if he did not die, his Tao had collapsed. And if his Tao had collapsed, could he still live? If he really lived, he would be a cripple. Maybe his flesh was still there, and it was still considered powerful. But if his flesh was powerful without the origin, could he walk the path of beginner martial arts? The few powerhouses' expressions changed. Fang Ping was dead? The human race's most promising Imperial Path seed was dead? Deep in the Forbidden Sea, a floating corpse trembled slightly and suddenly opened its eyes. An indescribably complicated expression appeared on Feng's face. Dead. Fang Ping was dead? He was indeed an Imperial Path seed. What a pity. If he had known earlier, Feng sighed softly and quickly closed his eyes. As the water continued to flow, the three realms became more and more complicated. In the fake sky grave, at this moment, the heavens and earth were collapsing. No one was in the mood to fight. Everyone's expression was complicated. This was a gathering place for powerhouses. Hong Yu stopped moving, looking at the sky. He seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. He murmured, I've been pursuing it for 8,000 years, and it was within my reach. But today, someone took the initiative to sever this Tao. Ha ha ha! Hong Yu laughed loudly. His laughter was incomparably desolate. What they had been pursuing, others did not even think about it. They took the Tao themselves. The real Imperial Path. Hong Yu sighed, indescribably sorrowful. Opposite him, Tian Chief's expression was also complicated. In his hand, the 9 Emperor seal was trembling, as if it was crying. The real Imperial Path. Many people wanted to kill Fang Ping and Zhang Tao. Wasn't that the reason? Wasn't that what they were afraid of? Now it had become true. Fang Ping had really embarked on the Imperial Path. But Fang Ping was determined. At this moment, he had given up this Tao to heaven. Was Fang Ping dead? They did not know. But they all knew that from today onwards, there might be one less true, peerless prodigy in the world. Human King. No, Human Emperor Fang Ping. At the same time, outside Ninth Heaven, above the gigantic immortal source, a gigantic meridian ruptured abruptly. Blood splattered, dyeing Ninth Heaven red. At this moment, an extremely powerful mentality swept over. Very quickly, a second, third, there was no sound. The mentality just watched quietly, watching the rupture of the meridian. Beside the meridian, a gigantic, blood-red meridian was growing, faintly discernible. The imperial path seed had ruptured the Tao. It was as if a king was rising. A sigh was heard. In the blink of an eye, all the mentality retreated and disappeared without a trace. Something unforeseen had happened. Source world. In old Zhang's Tao, Fang Ping's silhouette was also collapsing. His origin chi was gushing out continuously. His essence star was on the verge of collapsing. From the source universe, one could only see the white strip surrounding the origin star. The moment his Tao ruptured, Fang Ping completely knew how painful it was to rupture a Tao. At this time he was in a daze. He instinctively used origin chi to repair his origin. At the same time, a large amount of origin chi gushed out, constantly merging his broken Tao and old Zhang's Tao. Rumble. The Tao trembled. Old Zhang's Tao seemed to have absorbed too much nutrition. At this time, it was constantly extending forward at an extremely fast speed. On Fang Ping's broken Tao, wisps of golden aura were absorbed by old Zhang's Tao. Every time it absorbed a wisp, it would open up some distance forward. It was not continuing. Instead, it was absorbing, merging, and digesting. The Tao was extending and widening. The 70,000 meters Tao was extending at a very fast speed. On Fang Ping's broken Tao, not only did aura fuse in 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, the Tao was spreading. Fang Ping's origin chi was being consumed rapidly, providing energy and foundation for the spreading Tao. At this time in the Tao, a large number of shadows suddenly appeared, a lot of them. These shadows were also overflowing with origin chi. In the next second, these shadows walked forward one after another and began to help old Zhang clear the way. As for Fang Ping's shadow, it had completely collapsed at this time, and Fang Ping's shadow could no longer be found. Fang Ping sobered up a little and suddenly laughed, saying weakly, "Old man, you probably beat me up a lot. Now I'll let you beat me up? According to the myths, I've jumped out of the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. You, the emperor and king, can't control me anymore." Fang Ping laughed softly. His origin body trembled, became illusory and collapsed, and the Tao was still continuing to spread. Fang Ping's Tao was also gradually shrinking, as if it had been digested a lot. 80,000 meters, 90,000 meters, it was similar to what Fang Ping had expected. His Tao was really different. Old Zhang was originally a king Tao. In fact, it was also considered a kind of branch. At this moment, it was extremely compatible, as if it had received some kind of supplement. The difficulty of opening up was greatly reduced, and it expanded rapidly. Fang Ping did not care anymore. He condensed a large amount of origin chi and threw it into the darkness casually. Previously, his wealth was more than 78 billion points. Now, in a short period of time, he had consumed more than 10 billion points. Old Zhang seemed to have been hungry for too long. He was extremely gluttonous and had eaten too much of Fang Ping's origin chi. Fang Ping did not care anymore. At this time, Fang Ping felt as if he had gotten rid of some shackles. His injuries were not light. The rupture of the Tao of Origin was extremely damaging to him. However, Fang Ping suddenly felt that this might not be a bad thing. Very soon, 3 saint tokens appeared in his hand. These were the 3 that he had just snatched. Fang Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Take the opportunity now and try refining. Previously, he had been refining, but he had not completed it completely. My emperor path has been broken. Is the saint token still useful to me now? Fang Ping was still a little perturbed. He felt that the reason it was useful to him previously might be because he was walking on the Tao, but now, that's not right. Now I'm developing without limits, and I've even covered a part of the emperor path. I think it should be more comprehensive. It should still be possible, right? Fang Ping, who was not too sure, did not care much. The current him, his strength had declined too much. Wealth, 68 billion points vitality, 1,500,000 calories, 1,720,000 calories per 1,500,000 calories. Mentality, 18,999 Hertz, 20,000 Hertz per 18,999 Hertz, Source World. 160 meters combat techniques. God-slaying sword techniques plus 9%. Combat techniques combination deduction. 1 million points / time strength control. 90% limit outburst. 168-7320 cal / 1874800 cal. Interesting. Without the increment, Fong Ping's strength declined greatly. However, the current Fong Ping discovered something. His strength control had skyrocketed a lot. It had reached 90% directly. This had never happened before. Fong Ping suddenly had some understanding. He understood. After all, the origin increment was an external strength, not his own. It was too difficult to control. But now his strength was all his own. Fong Ping suspected that after adapting for a period of time, he might be able to control 100% of his strength. An outburst of less than 7 million calories could fight a powerhouse who had just achieved Emperor Realm. The gap between him and a saint and a heavenly king was too big. Moreover, because of the continuous explosions of his golden body, it was difficult for him to achieve an outburst of 7 million calories. His vitality had stopped at 5 million calories, which meant that Fong Ping still needed to hone his physique again. But I feel like heaven and earth are clear now. This is considered beginner martial arts, right? No, it's different from beginner martial arts. My source world is still here. Fong Ping felt it. He felt his source world, felt the existence of Sun City and MCMAU. He realized that he might still be able to contact humans. What a special feeling. Fong Ping quickly refined the 3 saint tokens. At this time, Fong Ping realized that the refining speed was very fast, not the slightest bit slower than before. This meant that the saint tokens were still very compatible with him. Interesting, this is too interesting. Maybe I should try to see if I can replace an Emperor Dao. If Emperor Dao can give me another increment, even if it's only temporary, it'll be amazing. Fong Ping suddenly had an idea. There was an Emperor Dao in the origin realm. Should he try to replace an Emperor Dao? He did not have any Dao now. His physique was strong enough to withstand an Emperor Dao. If he replaced an Emperor Dao, would there be an Emperor-level increment? If so, then he could restore his peak combat strength once again. Maybe I can use the Dao in the origin realm as a one-time consumable. At most, it'll just collapse. I don't care. Fong Ping swallowed. If that was the case, then it would be really awesome. He could break free from the restrictions of Dao and use the origin Dao again. Maybe this was the real fusion of beginner martial arts and the origin. Just as Fong Ping was thinking, Zhang Tao roared crazily outside. Warlord and the others were also roaring crazily. Fong Ping. Brat, you be *starred. How dare you die? Fong Ping. Cries of grief and indignation resounded everywhere. Fong Ping rolled his eyes. Go ahead and cry. I can't be bothered with you. Chapter 1209. While Fong Ping was refining the 3 saint tokens, Zhang Tao's roar came from outside. His body of origin suddenly grew stronger. Damn it, all of you! You forced Fong Ping to his death and destroyed the hope of humanity. You all deserve to die. Zhang Tao's body of origin grew stronger rapidly. The path was rumbling. The width was widening and the length was extending. Zhang Tao's aura grew stronger and stronger, but the 3 kings were hesitating. The extremely talented Fong Ping was dead. He broke the path and helped Zhang Tao. Now Zhang Tao's strength seemed to be exploding. Should they continue to fight? Seeing that the 2 kings were about to retreat, Li Zhu suddenly shouted, "Kill them!" Now that Fong Ping is dead, it won't end until he's dead. No one can avoid the humans' revenge. They forced the hope of humanity to death. They forced Fong Ping, who had the potential to become a monarch, to die. Would Zhang Tao and the others let it go? At this moment, it was not a matter of whether they gave up or not. It was that humanity would never let it go. Although the two kings knew this, they were still confused when they saw Zhang Tao getting stronger and stronger. They had forced Fang Ping, who was the most talented among them, to die before paying too much of a price. If they continued to fight Zhang Tao, they might die. Kill! The three kings no longer hesitated. With a roar, their bodies of origin collapsed one after another. Seeing this, Zhang Tao shouted, "Go!" "Fusion!" Warlord shouted. "If so, we will fuse with you and kill these animals." "Fuse with you!" Silence fell. Warlord was stunned. Why are you scolding me?" "Revenge." "Kill the enemy." "Fang Ping fused with you. If we continue to fuse with you, won't you become stronger?" "Why are you scolding me?" He had chosen Fang Ping before. Now he had no choice but to choose old Zhang. Who else could he choose? Zhang Tao ignored him. He cursed in his heart. "I feel like I've eaten too much." How did Fang Ping fuse with me? He felt that his energy source was about to explode. What did this kid feed my Tao? How much energy source did he feed it? At this moment, old Zhang's body trembled slightly. Outside, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky that had just been torn apart. At this time, a path to the heavens appeared. The great Tao was spreading. The origin universe was in an uproar. Everyone was dazzled by what they saw. What was happening now? "Heavenly King," suddenly someone said in a low voice. At the next moment, in the space battlefield, King Kuan was even more shocked. "Heavenly King, transformation. Zhang Tao is not a heavenly king. He used to be a sage. Battle prowess was battle prowess and realms were realms. Previously, Zhang Tao hadn't even reached Heavenly King realm, and his great Tao hadn't even reached 100,000 meters. But now he had truly reached the Heavenly King realm, and at the same time possessed the battle prowess of a Heavenly King. Possessing the battle prowess of a Heavenly King was nothing to be afraid of. However, without the Heavenly King realm, he had the battle prowess of a Heavenly King. This was extremely terrifying. At their level, the stronger their foundation was, the greater their potential, and the more chances they had to become stronger. Like Fang Ping, King Wu was one of the best. The current Zhang Tao had truly stepped into the Heavenly King realm. In the origin universe, a giant star erupted with golden light that illuminated all directions. In the outside world, a great path extended to the heavens. Soon, a rumbling sound could be heard as it pierced through the sky, connecting to the endless darkness. Heavenly King Zhang Tao. It was only at this moment that one could say that he was a true Heavenly King powerhouse. He's a Heavenly King. The celestial pole felt like crying. A guy who had broken 6, he was not a Heavenly King. Now that he had really stepped into the Heavenly King realm, did this mean that he had now become the weakest Heavenly King? Because the previous Zhang Tao was actually weaker than him. But now the other party had advanced. At this moment, Zhang Tao's flesh erupted with a powerful glow. His flesh was honing, and his vitality was erupting. Zhang Tao, who had the combat prowess of a Heavenly King at 70,000 meters, had improved his foundation by too much, close to 150,000 calories of basic peak vitality increase. The moment he achieved Heavenly King, old Zhang's basic vitality reached 1 per million calories of rank 9. It was much stronger than before. The increase of the Great Path was also an unimaginable increase. Vertical 100,000 meters, an increase of 300%. Horizontal. A long time ago, the width of old Zhang's Great Path had reached 10,000 meters, but had not improved much. This time, with the integration of Fang Ping's Tao, the horizontal was also expanding wildly. 15,000 meters. A horizontal 150% increase. A 450% increase, and the combat techniques increase. At this moment, Zhang Tao's limit was extremely close to 8 million calories. It had not reached the point of breaking 7, but it was much stronger than at the beginning. The integration of Fong Ping's Emperor Dao did not reach breaking 7. At this time, King Kuin and the others also sensed it, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not breaking 7. However, after thinking about it carefully, all of their expressions turned ugly. He had just achieved Heavenly King and was about to break 7. How long had the other party cultivated? Among them, even Li Zhu, who cultivated the fastest, had lived for 3,000 years. King Kuin suddenly shouted, "Li Zhu, he's about to break 7. Kill him with all your might. You talk too much." At this time, the chaotic Heavenly King roared, punching him in the cheek, scolding, "You keep talking nonsense when you're fighting me. Do you really think I'm made of mud?" King Kuin was caught off guard by his sudden outburst. His face exploded. King Kuin was furious. He could no longer care about that side. With a slash of his sword, the chaotic Heavenly King was sent flying. Flustered and exasperated, he broke through the air and chased after the other party. He had enough of these lunatics. He didn't break 7? At this time, old Zhang felt a little regretful. Fong Ping felt a little regretful. Many people felt a little regretful. In the source world, Li Zhu and the others were also relieved. He didn't break 7. That was good. That was good. If he really broke 7, they would be in trouble today. Old Zhang was not angry anymore. He laughed and told Warlord and the others to get lost. He said, "You guys win. I didn't break 7. There was some helplessness in his laugh. There was an indescribable sadness in it. The fusion was successful, but he did not break 7. He could not beat him. At this time, Li Zhu and the others could not care about Warlord and the others anymore. Li Zhu vaguely felt that something was wrong. Zhang Tao, who did not break 7, was definitely no match for him. But why? There was a sense of danger. Although he didn't break 7, I realized that this kid, his Dao, is a little strange. Zhang Tao was actually not anxious now. He looked puzzled and said strangely, "Does this kid not know how to use his own Dao?" "That's right, he's too young. What does he know about martial arts? The origin Dao is really too complicated for him. He's read too little. It's inevitable that he can't understand it. But his is the Emperor Dao. The human race is strong. The Emperor is strong. Doesn't he understand this? Does he really think that the Emperor Dao is the feedback of origin energy?" Old Zhang seemed to be puzzled and seemed to be mocking something. "This kid is wasting God's gift recklessly. What a waste, what a waste. So many peerless cultivators died today. This kid has to bear the responsibility. If I walked the Emperor Dao, I would have killed those trash long ago. Why would I need to go to this step and fuse with the Dao?" The Emperor, Li Zhu, felt that something was wrong. "Attack!" Li Zhu shouted. At this time he hesitated for a moment and suddenly became determined. At this moment, an incomparably huge cauldron flew over from the void. 1,000-world cauldron. Rumble. Once the huge cauldron arrived, it suppressed the surroundings. The 9 sage tokens joined forces and trapped the huge cauldron. However, the huge cauldron was still rampaging around, showing signs of breaking the origin world. King Sun and King Zhen's expressions changed slightly. It was really with him. 1,000-world cauldron. In the past, the Palm Seal Envoy's ultimate treasure that suppressed the 3 realms was with Li Zhu. Li Zhu, who had broken through to 7, controlled the ultimate treasure, the Myriad Realms cauldron. At this time, his aura was incomparably strong. His origin erupted, and with a shout, the 9 sage tokens suppressed by the huge cauldron flew in all directions. Rumble. Old Zhang's origin world seemed like it was about to be pierced. Zhang Tao, however, was not flustered. He kicked away Warlord and the others, avoiding their attacks. He smiled and said, "Let me try. This is my first time, so I'm not very familiar with it. If anyone feels that something is wrong, let me know and I will fix it." At this time, an unexpected scene happened. On old Zhang's path, countless branches suddenly spread out, like the branches of a tree. At this moment, Zhang Tao soared into the sky, extremely majestic. His voice was like a great bell, piercing through the origin and shaking the origin world. Human martial artists above rank 9, lend me your origin energy. As soon as he finished speaking, countless forks suddenly extended into the origin universe. From the outside, it looked like countless tentacles suddenly extended from Zhang Tao's planet towards the origin universe, Earth. Wu Quishan and the others were still inexplicably sad, but very soon, everyone's expression changed again. It seemed like the emptiness from earlier was gone. Wu Quishan was about to go crazy. What was going on? Fang Ping was not dead? Yes, he was definitely not dead. Earlier, it seemed like they had lost their backbone, but now that feeling was gone. Just as Wu Quishan was thinking about this, in the origin world, a sonorous voice came. Human martial artists above rank 9, lend me your origin energy. Wu Quishan entered the origin world instantly. At this time, at the end of his path, a straw seemed to have appeared, piercing through the darkness and entering his path instantly. The next moment, Wu Quishan could not help but curse. Are you trying to suck me to death? This straw was sucking his origin energy madly. He could tell that the voice just now came from Zhang Tao. He could not care less about being shocked. He only knew that this guy had gone mad. He was sucking his energy madly, as if he was going to suck him dry. At this moment, his origin Tao had actually turned transparent, as if it was about to collapse. Mistake. First time I sucked slower. In the void, old Zhang's voice came. First time, not very familiar. Human Emperor. This was the Human Emperor. What did that kid Fang Ping know? How could that little bit of feedback be called the way of the Human Emperor? If it was really that cheap, the 9 emperors wouldn't have been able to walk this path. Only when the human race was united could a true human emperor be born. Billions of people in one body. Which era would one encounter such a thing? Since you are one, then what is yours is the human emperor's. Of course, the human emperor can borrow strength. A soft exclamation resounded in all directions. Old Zhang was puzzled. Didn't Li Chongsheng prove his emperor realm? Where was his source Tao? He still wanted to borrow some strength. He did not find Li Chongsheng's Tao. He did not find Fang Ping's Tao. But at this moment, all the reciprocity experts had been enveloped by him. Many people directly went limp on the ground. This was the first time old Zhang didn't know how to control himself. He sucked too much and nearly sucked some experts dry. In the catacombs, more than 10 clones of the God creation envoy appeared, intimidating everyone. Saint Tianmu shrunk his body and walked out of Earth. His saint aura burst out. Jiao and Cat Tree both left Earth and took charge of a region. At that moment, something big had happened. Zhang Tao, this madman, had almost sucked all the human powerhouses dry in an instant. The God creation envoy who had appeared almost cursed. Madman. While cursing, he was also shocked. What was going on today? Did Fang Ping give his Taoist to Zhang Tao? At this time he had also guessed some things, but he was still shocked by the tyranny of this Tao. Of course, he could not feel anything. Old Zhang's voice transmission only resounded through the human race's source. It was not their turn yet. Only powerhouses who recognized old Zhang and Fang Ping would be related to the human emperor's Tao. If they did not recognize it, then it was naturally unrelated. These powerhouses who were not affected walked out of the human world one after another. The 9 saints of the catacombs had also sensed something. The human rank 9 who was overseeing the outer realm had their chi dissipate in that instant, as if they had been seriously injured by someone. They did not know what had happened, but it did not stop them from investigating. Saint Chi descended one after another. However, they quickly stopped at Imperial Sea Mountain. The God creation envoy had appeared, but now there was no one to restrain this old thing. This made the 9 saints a little depressed. If Feng was still here, the human powerhouses seemed to be in trouble today. They might be able to take advantage of it, even if it did not involve the Battle of Saints. The Battle of Rank 9 might be able to kill a large number of human rank 9. Directly sweep the human race out of the land. In the fake sky tomb, under old Zhang's order, the human powerhouses were sucked dry by him one after another, including some of the human race's apex who were present. At this time, they were a little weak from his sucking. The War King and the others who had just retreated from the source had all become soft-footed shrimps. The War King's expression changed drastically. Could it be like this? The key was Zhang Tao. This bastard was not reliable. Someone was coming. It was over. At this time, some of the divine sex powerhouses sensed some changes. The chi of the War King and the others was in chaos. It seemed that there was a big problem. These people quickly flew towards the War King and the others. After killing these people, Zhang Tao was the only powerhouse left in the human race. There would be other powerhouses to deal with him. Just as the change happened, another change happened. There was a rumble. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Zhang Tao seemed to have eaten too much again. More than half of his golden body exploded, and his origin chi erupted violently. In the blink of an eye, the 3 heavenly kings' origin chi returned, and they all vomited blood. At this time, Li Zhu held the Myriad Realms cauldron in his hand to resist the impact. He vomited blood and flew tens of thousands of meters backward, breaking through the void. As for King Sun and King Zhen, it was worse. Their origin chi was also overflowing. Their eyes were dim, but they could not hide the shock. What was this? In the source world, just now, Zhang Tao suddenly erupted. The god-slaying saber exploded with unprecedented power. One slash caused the 3's origin chi to collapse, and they all retreated from the source world. At this time, Zhang Tao also opened his eyes. His golden body was a little broken. He cursed in a low voice, "I ate too much. I can't eat too much. My golden body is actually not strong enough. There are not many powerhouses in the human race. How did I connect more than 1,000 rank 9s? More than 1,000 rank 9s were actually not considered too strong, but they were not considered weak either. The key was that there were many apex powerhouses too. The human race still had dozens of apex powerhouses here. Moreover, there were many problems the first time. He almost sucked those rank 9 martial artists dry. He did not know if anything happened to anyone. If this was a big battle, problems could easily arise. Miscalculation, miscalculation. Zhang Tao muttered to himself. He spoke very quickly. In the next second, the god-slaying saber appeared. Zhang Tao roared and broke through the air, slashing at King Sun. Time was of the essence. After all, it was borrowed power. It could not be maintained for long. It was better to kill one. It was impossible to kill Li Zhu, but he was not sure if he could kill a broken 6 heavenly king. This slash directly slashed out a golden 7-colored lotus. King Sun's expression changed drastically. His origin chi was already injured by the Demon Lord sword. Just now, his origin chi was destroyed by Zhang Tao. At this time, his strength was greatly reduced. He did not expect Zhang Tao to be able to borrow external power and truly reach the stage of broken 7. Let's kill him together. King Sun roared. King Zhen and Li Zhu did not hesitate. At this time, if they dared not to help, they would really be next. The battle erupted instantly. Zhang Tao, who had broken 7, was now incomparably powerful. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, he was not afraid. King Sun and King Zhen were injured. Li Zhu used the 1,000 Realms cauldron and seemed to have some unforeseen events. At this moment, his chi was a little unstable. For a moment, the 3 powerhouses joined forces, but they were only evenly matched with Zhang Tao. As for the people from the divine religion, they originally wanted to kill the Battle King and the others. At this time, all of them ran as fast as they could. What was there to kill? Before the battle ended, they would not go. Today, accidents happen one after another. The human king died, and the martial king actually reached Broken 7. Inside old Zhang's origin chi, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to recover his physical body. Now that his physical body had recovered, it was useless to go out. He would rest at old Zhang's place first. At the moment when old Zhang was fighting, Fang Ping also felt something. He curled his lips. Shameless, borrowing power from others. Aren't you embarrassed? I won't borrow power. External powers are external powers after all. I have even given up on the human Emperor Dao. But then again, can the human Emperor Dao be used like this? Fang Ping would never admit that he did not know how to use it. Actually, he did not pay much attention to the development of the Dao's ability. He did not have the time to pay attention to it. Old Zhang, on the other hand, had studied the human Emperor Dao for many years. After integrating Fang Ping's Dao, old Zhang still walked on his own Dao. It was just that there were some transformations. His Dao was different from Fang Ping's, but it had some functions of the human Emperor Dao. At this time, Fang Ping had also refined 3 saint tokens. At this time, he kept the other 9 saint tokens. 12 saint tokens were hovering around him. Meanwhile, Fang Ping had also felt some changes. His origin was no longer overflowing. Moreover, in his senses, the source world had also completed the second transformation. Wealth, 66 billion points vitality, 1,500,000 calories, 1,900,000 calories per 1,500,000 calories. Mentality, 18,999 hertz, 20,000 hertz per 18,999 hertz. Source world, 220 meters combat techniques. God-slaying saber technique, plus 9%. Combat techniques combination deduction, 1 million points / time strength control, 90% limit outburst, 1863900 cal / 207100 cal 12 saint orders had helped Fang Ping complete the second coverage transformation. His wealth did not increase. The 3 saint tokens that he snatched did not increase his wealth, which meant that he was not out of danger. Fang Ping was not surprised. He was definitely not out of danger at this time. The 3 heavenly kings were still alive. Fang Ping also did not dare to let the system's wealth reach 100 billion now. Once it reached 100 billion, there might be a big problem. Unable to condense imperishable substance, unable to condense origin chi, unable to break into other people's origin. That would be his disaster. Fang Ping did not care too much. He quickly condensed a large amount of origin chi. He did not use it himself, but threw it into old Zhang's Dao. He would let old Zhang use it, lest old Zhang's origin chi was consumed too much. At this time, Fang Ping shouted, "Brother Zhang, hold them back for a while. I'll try out my new idea. If it works, I'll kill a few heavenly kings today for fun." At this time, Fang Ping still had 2 Emperor Daos left. Of the original 4, he gave one to Shen Haoyan. The other one was used up by him pretending to be dead and self-destructing. At this time, he still had 2 Emperor-level Dao left. Fang Ping was now wondering if he could use this Dao directly. If he could, the 10,000 meters of Dao would increase by 200%. His limit of more than 2 million calories would instantly become more than 6 million calories. At that time, even if his strength control dropped a little, he could still have the combat strength to break 6. Without the Saint Token and Heavenly King Seal, the speed of my strength improvement will slow down. 2 million calories is only Emperor level. This is not what I want. Can I succeed in replacing Dao? Fang Ping was not sure. However, young people were bold and dared to try anything. Fang Ping did not mind. At most, he would just collapse another Emperor Dao. If he succeeded, that would be awesome. Origin Dao is also borrowing strength. In the future, I'll borrow strength from Origin Dao to strengthen myself when I'm weak. When I'm strong, I can abandon Origin Dao directly. At this time, Fong Ping truly understood what the person at Enlightenment Cliff had said. Origin Tao was just an external force. What really mattered was still one's own strength. No matter how strong old Zhang's Tao is, I don't care. It's all things that I don't want. I'm just playing with the leftovers. I'll just give them to you. When that person's origin star exploded that day, Fong Ping had seen it. When Fong Ping recalled the powerhouse who created the origin Tao today, how similar was it to himself? He had also collapsed his origin star. That person, is he dead? If he's not dead, maybe he's also walked a different Tao and combined all forces into one. Thinking of this, Fong Ping scolded again. What a useless piece of trash. You've broken 7 and you still can't beat 3 pieces of trash. You've integrated your Tao for nothing. Wait and see how I'll kill a heavenly king later. In the outside world, old Zhang could sense everything that was happening in his origin Tao. At this moment, his face was dark. He was being mocked. He was being looked down upon. He was being looked down upon. Fong Ping, this son of AB *TCH, was talking to him like this now? Did this son of AB *TCH forget that his strength was greatly damaged and he did not even dare to recover his physical body? Living in his origin Tao, believe it or not, he would throw him out. Tao seal. At this moment, the book of Tao that old Zhang had not used for a long time appeared. Like a vegetable cover, it instantly covered Li Zhu. Back then, his book of the great Tao imprisoned many top powerhouses. Today, he wanted to imprison Li Zhu for a while and kill the 2 old antiques, King Sun and King Zhen. Seal. Suppress. Trap. Thunderous roars could be heard as the pages of the Book of Great flipped quickly. Countless Zhang, Tao walked out of the book and surrounded Li Zhu's city from all directions. Li Zhu's expression changed slightly. At this moment, his aura was shaken. Seeing this, he snorted softly and suddenly sat down cross-legged. He put away the 1,000 Worlds cauldron and closed his eyes, ignoring Li Zhu. King Sun and King Zhen did not scold him. They had already sensed something was wrong with Li Zhu. Perhaps the Palm Imprint envoy was not completely dead. This fellow's 1,000 Worlds cauldron had been suppressing him all these years. This time, he had used the 1,000 Worlds cauldron. Perhaps there was trouble. Chapter 1210. The moment the Book of Great Tao appeared, it sealed Li Zhu. Li Zhu didn't resist and just sat cross-legged on the spot to suppress his origin. At this time, King Zhen and King Sun's expressions were ugly. As ancient heavenly kings, they weren't weak. The strength they displayed right now was at the peak of breaking 6. Unfortunately, they were injured by the demon monarch, and their origin was destroyed by Zhang Tao. They could only use 70% of their strength. 70% for a top-notch expert, let alone such a huge gap. Even a slight difference could cause them to face the danger of death. If they didn't work together, they would be killed by Zhang Tao if they didn't escape now. Escape? The 2 heavenly kings weren't willing. If they escaped now, Zhang Tao would only become stronger. Before coming in, the 2 of them had worked together to fight the subduing heavenly king and were enemies with the human race. How could Zhang Tao let them go? Li Zhu, how much longer do you need? King Sun shouted. Without Li Zhu's help, they couldn't fight Zhang Tao. 15 minutes. Li Zhu opened his eyes and replied. The 2's expressions changed. Such a long period of time was enough for them to finish many battles. You still want to turn the tables? Zhang Tao shouted coldly and slashed out with his god-slaying saber. The void shattered and the 2 heavenly kings were sent flying. You think you've won? King Sun shouted angrily. How long can you last with the help of others? Do you really think you are one of the 7 heavenly kings? It's enough to kill you all. Boom! An explosion sounded as the heavenly king's seal collided with the god-slaying saber. The void collapsed and the shockwaves spread in all directions. The war king and the others fled with pale faces. Old Zhang had almost sucked them dry. Now they were in a dilemma. They didn't dare to leave. If they went too far, they might be ambushed. But if they didn't leave, they would be killed by the shock waves. As they fled, the War King cursed. This time, he wasn't cursing Zhang Tao, but Li Zhen. Useless thing! Aren't you as famous as King Wu? You have an ancestor who is also a top expert. Why are you so weak now? Li Zhen was about to vomit blood. Who are you scolding? Can't you think about yourself? At this time, this old thing still has the time to vent his anger on me. Can you stop blaming me? As the War King cursed, he suddenly sighed, Is that brat really dead? As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone's faces turned gloomy. Other than Zhang Tao, no one knew if Fang Ping was dead or alive. But if one's Tao was severed, how could one not die? Just now, when the great Tao collapsed, the commotion was too great. Everyone was silent. Too many human experts had died in the battle of the fake heavenly tomb. Of course, even more enemies had died. In the end, however, they lost Fang Ping. This might be humanity's greatest loss. No matter how many powerful enemies died, it would be difficult to make up for it. Back then, Zhang Tao had led people into the fake sky grave and set up such a trap so that these prodigies would have time to grow and become the next generation of human leaders. However, the new generation's sovereign personage fell before everyone's eyes. In the crowd, there were still a few people who did not speak. Chen Yaozu, Wu Chuan, and several other experts remained silent. In this battle, not only did they lose Fang Ping, but there were also a total of 4 paragons who died in battle. In the past, there were more than 50 people at the pinnacle of the human race. Now, other than Zhang Tao and the heaven-suppressing Heavenly King, there were only 20 people at the summit. The younger generation, such as Zhang Weiyu and Nan Yunhue, had survived. It was not that they were strong, but that the older generation was protecting them. Chen Yaozu wanted to fight to the death previously, but an ancient Buddha from the ancient Buddha's sacred land stopped him. At this moment, in the crowd, Zhao Xingwu's expression changed again and again. In the next moment, he suddenly soared into the sky and went straight into the distance. Where Moon Spirit was, Wang Wu outer sect leader Zhao Xingwu, please help us once again, sect master. Sect master, please help us once. Zhao Xingwu pays his respects. Rumble. Zhao Xingwu broke through the air, knelt in the void shattered and his knees exploded. He roared, Wang Wu Zhao Xingwu, please help us once, sect master. In the distance, Moon Spirit tilted her head, her expression cold. Wang Wu outer sect, Wang Wu Mountain Zhao Xingwu. Last time, it was this person who went to Wang Wu Mountain and asked her to come out. Moon Spirit's expression was cold, and she said calmly, help? Isn't King Marshall suppressing 2 kings? Why do you need my help? Sect master, please help us suppress 1 king. Let King Marshall kill 1 king, and avenge our human king. Moon Spirit's expression did not change. Suppress 1 king? Do you know these are the 8 ancient kings? If I help, there is a risk of dying? Your human race said that the experts of the 3 realms are selfish, but you want me to take the risk. Who is more selfish? Zhao Xingwu was speechless. Moon Spirit sneered. Looking at the battle of the 3 kings in the distance, she suddenly laughed. You are an outer sect disciple. You are not qualified to order me. King Marshall, you have merged with Fang Ping's Tao, and your human king Tao is more complete. If you are willing to open your origin and let me take a look, I can help you once. Moon Spirit. At this moment, King Sun shouted angrily, You want to interfere in this battle? Do you know what will happen? Are you threatening me? It is not a threat. King Sun shouted, King Qian, King Kuan, do you want to watch us be killed? It was difficult for him to intimidate Moon Spirit, but this time it was not them alone. King Qian and King Kuan were also involved, and even Sea Guardian, Li Zhu, they were all top-notch powerhouses. Now, although they seemed to be at a disadvantage, when Li Zhu broke the seal and Zhang Tao used up the borrowed power, the human race would still be defeated. If Moon Spirit interfered, it might lead to some major changes. At this moment, King Kuin's body collapsed with a sword, his voice spread in all directions. Moon Spirit, now that things have come to this, I will not interfere in the matter between you and Hong Yu. But back then, when you were in the Earth Emperor Palace, I did not mistreat you. Hong Yu gave you the Earth Emperor sword back then. It was a big mistake. I did not say anything. Today, must you become my enemy? King Kuin said angrily, You want to completely fall out with me for these humans. On the other side, King Subduing King punched King Qian's skull again. He laughed and said, Moon Spirit, just go and fight. What are you afraid of? I will support you. Look at Zhang Tao's Tao, right? I will agree on his behalf. Although we were not master and disciple back then when we were guests in the North Emperor Palace, I did not mistreat you and taught you many Tao techniques, did I not? At this moment, the battle between the two sides entered a stalemate. If any neutral heavenly king participated, there might be a huge reversal. Moon Spirit did not represent just herself. Heaven's Pole, Heaven Chief Hong Yu, and the others might also change their attitudes. King Kuin, King Subduing King, and the others did not want there to be a huge deviation at this stage. Otherwise, there might really be a situation where a heavenly king died today. Boom! Another rumbling sound rang out, and King Kuin was knocked back repeatedly. He was a little flustered. Although Luan was not as strong as him, he could not stop this fellow from going all out. At their realm, it was normal to restrain each other, but if they really fought with their lives on the line, why? King Kuin was so angry that he had the urge to vomit blood. You can't beat me, much less kill me. What do you want? Just because I scolded you? You are a heavenly king after all. Your heart is really smaller than a needle. At this moment, Zhang Tao, who was fighting with King Sun and the others, laughed and said, You want to see my Tao source? No problem. As long as you restrain one of them and don't let him interfere in our battle, you can see my Tao source. Moon Spirit walked over and smiled. King Wu, you won't regret it, right? It's just a Tao observation. Zhang Tao laughed. You should have said so earlier. If you had said so, you could have seen King Subduing King's Tao, let alone mine. Now you can only observe my Tao. After all, Fang Ping is dead, so you are not helping me in my hour of need. On the other side, Heaven's Pole's eyes flickered, and he suddenly shouted, King Wu, can I observe your Tao by helping you? The surroundings were silent. King Sun and King Zhen's faces turned purple. Even Heaven's Pole wanted to join in. Heaven's Pole did not care about this. At this moment, he felt even more weak. King Wu had become so strong, and his Tao might be the legendary human sovereign Tao. Observing it would more or less be of some help to an expert like him. For people like them, their Tao had already reached a limit, and it was difficult to take another step forward. At this point, King Sun and the others did not dare to let the situation worsen. The two heavenly kings looked at each other, and in the next moment they shouted, Qian and Kuin, now that things have come to this, are you still going to sit by and watch? King Kuin's expression changed slightly. King Qian, who was beaten miserably, had now recovered his golden body. His gaze changed, and he quickly shouted, All right! King Subduing King's expression also changed when he heard that. At this moment, King Kuin also shouted, Kill Zhang Tao! Qian! A loud roar resounded in all directions. At this moment, a huge word, Qian, appeared in front of King Qian out of thin air. The huge word instantly entered the void, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared above King Sun and King Kuin's heads. In the blink of an eye, the aura of the two, who were originally a little weak, increased greatly. On the other side, King Kuin also shouted in a low voice, Kuin! The word Kuin instantly descended on the two heavenly kings' heads. The aura of the two heavenly kings erupted again, and for a moment, they vaguely showed signs of recovering to their peak. However, the aura of King Qian and King Kuin had decreased a little at this moment. The 8 heavenly kings, like the 36 sages, were considered as a whole back then. The 8 heavenly kings also had their joint secret technique. At this moment, King Qian and King Kuan consumed their own strength to support the 2 of them, temporarily suppressing their injuries. The situation had once again become somewhat unpredictable. The 2 heavenly kings recovered to their peak state, and their combat strength increased greatly. The 2 of them, who were suppressed just now, suddenly recovered the strength of the ancient heavenly kings. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Tao was suppressed again. The 2 heavenly kings sneered. This kind of support could not last for long, but it could probably be maintained until the power that Zhang Tao borrowed dissipated. At that time, the 3 of them who had also lost their support would have similar strength. It would no longer be Zhang Tao suppressing them, but they suppressing Zhang Tao. "Old Devilly, support me!" Zhang Tao roared. King, subduing King's face turned green. "How do I support? What the hell?" The 8 heavenly kings had practiced secret techniques together for tens of thousands of years before they could communicate with each other. "Have I ever had such an experience with you?" The reversal caused heaven's fate to shrink back again. The 2 heavenly kings erupted. "Forget it. There might not be any benefits if I get involved now, and I have to be careful of being beaten to death. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything just now." Both sides used their trump cards. The battle grew more and more intense. The battle of many heavenly kings concealed some of the phenomena. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from them, beside a large river, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu, this ancient venerable emperor, was pale. He looked at the wounded dragon in front of him, coughed up blood, and said, "Dragon transformation for Brahmas as one. Is it not enough for you to kill Changrong? Will you only be satisfied after killing this old man? Should we kill Yilong as well?" The masters of the 4 Brahma heavens were also ancient overlords. They were independent of the 3 realms, free and unfettered. Although they were all venerable sovereigns back then, the heavenly kings and saints all had their own orthodoxies and their own affairs. Some went into seclusion, while others managed the heavenly court. Venerable sovereigns like them were the main force of the 3 realms back then. They were obviously the peak combat power. The fact that the realm beyond heaven could be free and unfettered was also related to the fact that these champions had joined hands in the past, and the lords of the 4 Brahma celestials were all demi-saint champions back then. The 4 of them had fought together before, together with the other venerable sovereigns. Even those who were not heavenly kings would not be able to win. But now, Changrong was dead, and dragon form had actually come to kill him. The realm beyond Avalon had completely declined. They were not as united as the overseas immortal islands. Otherwise, if Changrong had not died, the realm beyond heaven still had the 4 great saints and many venerable sovereigns. Even here, they were not insignificant characters, and the 4 great saints would have no problem going up against a heavenly king. Dragon form had turned into a giant dragon, and as he breathed, the ground was scorched into glass. Hearing that, dragon form panted and said, "You and I had no grudge, but the 3 realms now have their own masters. Even the saints cannot roam freely outside, and without becoming a heavenly king, life and death is but an instant. The 36 saints were stronger than us in the past. But now, Tiangue is dead, Tianli is dead, Tianhui is dead." The 36 saints had fallen, one after another. Too many saints had died in recent days. Jiu Xian of the human emperor's bloodline, Qin Yin of the Emperor Nan's bloodline, Tyrant of the Sky Sealing bloodline. At this point, even the saints were in danger. Not to mention that 2 heavenly kings had fallen today. Dragon form panted and said, "In our battle, the loser will die, and the winner will most likely become a heavenly king. Pingyu, there is no need to say more now that things have come to this." Pingyu's hunched back gradually straightened, and he said with a smile, "You're right. If one doesn't become a heavenly king, one will be in danger in this chaotic world." You and I are both the masters of heaven beyond heaven. It might be better for us to fight to decide who becomes a heavenly king. At this point, Pingyu, the ancient venerable arch, had also come to terms with it. I have lived for tens of thousands of years, and my lifespan is coming to an end. Let's fight again. Pingyu chuckled, and his figure was so fast that it could not be seen. This ancient venerable arch was not weak. The giant dragon's tail swept through the void, but it was grabbed by him. In the blink of an eye, his palm turned into a saber, and a cut was made, causing blood to spurt out. Pingyu did not fight and instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the dragon's head, and with a saint's token in hand, he suppressed it. Dragon form, you are still weak. Pingyu's voice came. After all, dragon form had reached its final stage. Even if his vitality had recovered a little, allowing him to maintain the combat strength of a saint, and he could fight for a long time, Pingyu would definitely have the upper hand. The two saints fought to the death by this unknown river. If it were any other day, they would have been watched. Today, however, battles between heavenly kings were everywhere. How many people had the mood to care about the battle here? In the next moment, the river turned into a water dragon, roaring in all directions, instantly engulfing Pingyu. Using mountains and rivers as weapons, this was what a powerhouse was. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu let out a soft roar. From all directions, tall mountains pressed down. These were not ordinary mountains. These mountains were within the range of Spirit Emperor's dojo. In the past, these mountains and rivers had been infiltrated by the Emperor's aura and were incomparably sturdy. Rumble. The sounds of explosions were endless. The two saints gave their all in this decisive battle. The loser would die, and the winner would prove their Tao. In the origin Tao, Fong Ping spat out a mouthful of blood, frowning. There seemed to be some problems with this Tao borrowing. He had succeeded in borrowing it, but it was so awkward. The Tao he borrowed was seriously incompatible with him. In addition, his origin world was a little abnormal. He discovered that after borrowing the Tao, the borrowed Tao was extremely unstable. It gave him the feeling that someone else's finger was sticking into his nostril. It felt good to dig his own nose and his own finger. His own original Tao was equivalent to his own finger. But now this external Tao was someone else's finger, and now it was digging his nostril. This made Fong Ping uncomfortable and extremely uncomfortable. Even his origin world seemed to be a little uncomfortable. It wanted to shatter this Tao that was suddenly inserted into it. The feeling of having my nose dug is so uncomfortable. Fong Ping complained. He did not know if other people felt this way when they replaced their Tao. If they did, then Fong Ping really admired those people. It was fine if it was only for one day, but it was like this every day. Would it not be uncomfortable? If people like Ming Ting and Di Xing were like this, then they could really endure it. Anyway, Fong Ping was really very unhappy. Looking at his own data again, Fong Ping revealed a look of joy. Although it was very uncomfortable, the idea of borrowing the Tao was still successful. The Tao he borrowed was more than 10,000 meters long. Although it was an outsider and a little unstable, the increase in origin really gave him a boost. Origin Tao was originally considered an external object. Wealth, 65. 5 billion points vitality. 1,500,000 calories. 1,900,000 calories per 1,500,000 calories. Mentality, 18,999 hertz. 20,000 hertz per 18,999 hertz. Origin Tao. Plus 220% external Tao. Origin world. 220 meters combat techniques. God-slaying saber techniques plus 9%. Combat techniques combination deduction. 1 million points / time strength control. 85% limit outburst. 531. 3350 cal / 6251000 cal. Fong Ping had achieved 6 breakthroughs. However, because of the addition of Origin Tao, his strength control had slipped a lot again. The limit had even exceeded 6 million calories and above. However, because of the absence of his flesh, the current Fong Ping, if he did not restore his flesh, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. His base was no longer 9 million calories, but 5 million calories. Therefore, he still had to restore his flesh. External Tao. Fong Ping's heart was a little disturbed. As expected, the borrowed Tao had become the real external Tao. After sorting out his feelings and enduring the discomfort of having his nose dug, Fong Ping stood up. It was time to go out. Old Zhang was not doing well. It seemed like he had reached the limit of borrowing strength. Later, he would probably have to restore his original combat strength, close to 7 breakthroughs, but not to 7 breakthroughs. However, the 2 heavenly kings who were fighting with him seemed to be reaching their limits. The borrowed strength was not their own after all. You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? They all thought I was dead. Even if I didn't die, I would at most have the strength of a rank 8, right? Fong Ping laughed. The aura on his body gradually revealed a little. Rank 8. On a battlefield like this, a rank 8 martial artist could kill you with just a breath. Martial artists without origin would not die. Naturally, they would have the strength of a rank 8. I'm so weak. I'll be killed by the aftershock. Fong Ping rubbed his chin. How should he sneak an attack? Did he have to use origin kill again? He could only use a sneak attack once. Who should be the leader? King Zhen and King Fate are in cahoots. King Sen is related to the overseas immortal islands. King Zhen actually has conflicts with Hongyu and the rest because King Zhen also wants to unify the catacombs. As for King Sen, he doesn't have much conflict with the overseas immortal islands. Fong Ping calculated in his mind. It was King Sen. This fellow had also annoyed him previously. That was why he sneaked an attack on him. However, he had to recover his physical body first. Fong Ping was helpless. His physical body had been destroyed previously. Even the 9-forged golden body could not withstand it. After recovering his physical body this time, he might have to put in a lot of effort to polish it. Otherwise, he might not be able to recover to his peak. If I return to my origin and appear in my physical body, will the 2 kings come to capture me, or will they just kill me? I've become a cripple. Killing me is actually meaningless. If they capture me, they can make old Zhang hesitate. If they kill me, they will completely enrage old Zhang. Fong Ping calculated in his mind again. If he appeared, would the 2 heavenly kings kill him directly or capture him? After thinking about it again and again, Fong Ping felt that there was a higher probability that they would capture him and force old Zhang to retreat. At this time, Fong Ping was not dead. It was normal for Zhang Tao to take a step back in order to protect his life. After all, he could not kill these 2 fellows. On the other hand, Fong Ping had become a cripple and was no longer a threat. A rank 8 martial artist could be easily crushed to death. The 2 heavenly kings would not be afraid of him. I'll try it. If it doesn't work, I'll just attack by force. Destroy the origin and destroy the physical body. In the outside world, the battle was in full swing. At this moment, Li Zhu, who was still suppressing the origin, suddenly opened his eyes and looked behind the 2 heavenly kings. In the void that had collapsed, a golden light flickered faintly. A broken body slowly appeared. Fong Ping's golden body was broken. A rank 8's chi dynamic was still a little unstable. Fong Ping, whose face was covered in blood, was now quickly moving backward, as if he wanted to avoid the aftermath of the battle between the 3 heavenly kings. As he moved, he vomited blood. In such a battlefield, a rank 8's chi dynamic was too weak. It was so weak that almost no one cared. However, at this moment, Zhang Tao, who was facing him, changed his expression slightly. There was surprise, worry, gratitude. It was extremely complicated. King Sun and King Ping did not pay attention to it at first. Soon, both of them seemed to sense something. Without looking back, their mentality radiated. The next moment, the scene of Fang Ping's low-profile escape was reflected in their minds. Fang Ping. Shocked. Both of them were shocked. Fang Ping was still alive? The great path had collapsed. The commotion was shocking. He was not dead yet. He actually crawled out of the void. How strong was this guy's vitality? At this moment, Zhang Tao suddenly erupted. He shouted, "Run!" At the same time, from all directions, people exclaimed, "Fang Ping is not dead! He's still alive. Rank 8. He's actually not dead after his origin is broken. Too bad, he's crippled." At this moment, some people were shocked, some regretted, and some sighed. Prodigy, human king, overlord Fang Ping, who was extremely talented, instantly became a cripple from the combat strength of a saint. Rank 8. In their eyes, a rank 8 was really insignificant. Anyone present could kill him easily. It was better to die than to live like this. Chapter 12:11. Fang Ping isn't dead. At this moment, King Zhan and the others also saw Fang Ping. Their faces were filled with joy. Then they were scared out of their wits. Fang Ping, run! Go and help Fang Ping. The human powerhouses were in a mess. The place where Fang Ping appeared was too dangerous, as he was right beside the 3 powerhouses. If they were careless, they would definitely die. At this moment, Zhang Tao roared, "How dare you hurt Fang Ping and cause his death? I won't let you off today." The heavenly kings were confident in controlling their strength. However, he was afraid that the 2 heavenly kings would purposely hurt Fang Ping and kill him. The more anxious he was, the colder King Sun and King Zhan became. At this moment, the shockwave shook the area. Boom! Fang Ping was sent flying. He was like a lone boat tossing and turning on the ocean. The torn flesh on his back exploded again. Fang Ping laughed strangely. "I'm crippled anyway. Just kill me. Old Zhang, don't fight them to the death. If we can't kill them today, can't we do it tomorrow? Find a place and hide for a few years. It won't be too late to kill them later." Pft! A mouthful of red blood spurted out. Only when a powerhouse was heavily injured would his golden blood turn red. This was the sign of dying. Fang Ping struggled to fly forward in the air. He still had the desire to live. King Sun and King Zhen looked at each other. Their first thought was to kill Fang Ping. However, Zhang Tao's threat was still echoing in their ears. If they killed Fang Ping, King Wu would really fight with his life. Plus, Fang Ping was already crippled. Killing him would do more harm than good. However, they couldn't just let Fang Ping leave like this. Fang Ping still had a lot of unique qualities. Plus, Zhang Tao was indebted to Fang Ping. If they captured Fang Ping, they might be able to force the humans to do something. Fang Ping, who was at the sage level, wasn't easy to capture. As for a rank 8 at this moment, King Zhen suddenly erupted and blocked Zhang Tao. King Sun took a step back. He didn't attack. Instead, he used his mental strength to cover Fang Ping. It was too easy. Dealing with the current Fang Ping was not a problem. Not to mention, he was an ancient heavenly king. Zhang Tao roared angrily. He slashed King Zhen's arms and caused them to explode. King Zhen was a broken 7 after all. It wasn't something the current King Zhen could fight against. "How dare you?" Zhang Tao roared. "King Sun, don't force me to kill you. I won't rest until I die." King Sun smiled faintly. This king won't kill him. Trash isn't worth this king killing. This king is only protecting him to prevent this generation's king from dying from the aftershocks. Isn't that so? Ha ha ha. King Sun laughed, his mentality enveloping Fang Ping in an instant. Fang Ping roared and threw a punch. However, it did not have any effect on the enveloping mentality. Instead, he suffered from the recoil. With a bang, his head was broken, and blood flowed from his orifices. Seems like I used too much strength. I almost forgot that the human king is already crippled, King Sun laughed. Too weak, not even qualified to scratch an itch. A full-powered punch couldn't even shake his spiritual power. In the past, Fang Ping's mentality was not as good as his, and his strength was not as good as his. He was confident that he could break through his mentality shroud with a full-force punch. After all, he was not giving it his all. His mentality was like a cage, covering Fang Ping in an instant. "How dare you humiliate me like this?" Fang Ping roared, his eyes blood-red. "You want to capture me alive to threaten the humans? Dream on. Even if I self-detonate, you can forget about succeeding. Do you have the right to self-detonate?" King Sun laughed, and his mentality exploded, suppressing Fang Ping until his eyes became dull and blood flowed from his orifices. Zhang Tao slashed at King Zhen crazily and roared, "Let him go! Let him go, and I will spare your lives today. Let him go." At this moment, King Zhan and the others also flew over. Some of the hot-tempered ones saw Fang Ping being trapped like a prisoner, and their eyes were blood-red as if they had gone mad. At this moment, some of them suddenly felt extremely sad. When a tiger fell to the plains, he would be bullied by dogs. A hero past his prime. When Fang Ping was at his peak, he could fight 3 kings alone. Even if he was no match for them, he could still talk and laugh, disregarding life and death. But now he was being imprisoned in the spiritual energy light barrier like an old dog, living a life worse than death. "Fang Ping!" King Zhan roared and Li Zhan roared. The current human king, who had merged with the martial king, had finally survived, who knew that the moment he came out, he would be thrown into a cage. How sad! Fang Ping, who was not afraid of anything, couldn't even self-detonate at this moment. In the crowd, Shen Hao's aura shook the heavens, and he roared, "King Wu, hold them back!" Vaguely, he had the intention to self-detonate to break the cage. Seeing this, Zhang Tao cursed in his heart. "Detonate, detonate, detonate. All you know is to detonate. How many humans are left? You still want to detonate? The creator of the new martial art, Old Chen, is dead. You finally reached the Imperial realm, and now you want to detonate yourself? Who will be responsible if you die?" Seeing these people going crazy and wanting to save Fang Ping, Zhang Tao felt helpless and gloomy. Save what? This brat is holding back his evil thoughts. Not only would he be sending himself to his death, he would also ruin this brat's plan. However, he couldn't say this out loud. He couldn't even make it too obvious. The 2 ancient heavenly kings weren't stupid. If there was a slight flaw, they would immediately notice it. At this moment, Zhang Tao was slashing at King Zhen while charging towards King Sun. He shouted, "What do you want?" He has nothing, nothing at all. What do you want to do? Do you want to capture him to threaten the humans? Dream on. Even if we die, we will not compromise. Zhang Tao's eyes were cold. "Let him go, and I promise that I will spare your lives today." King Sun laughed out loud. At this moment, he didn't care about the battle kings anymore. He retracted his mental strength, and the light barrier trapping Fang Ping returned to his hand. Old Station heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, his speed wasn't slow. He was afraid that the battle kings would self-destruct. Battle kings retreat. I am still alive, and I will not let Fang Ping be captured by the enemies. Zhang Tao shouted angrily and stopped roaring. His god-slaying saber appeared out of nowhere and injured King Zhen again. Just as Zhang Tao was about to slash down with his saber again, he suddenly pulled it out. There was a loud boom. The light barrier fluctuated. King Sun threw the light barrier, trapping Fang Ping to King Zhen as if he was playing with a ball, blocking Zhang Tao's saber. King Sun laughed. "Kill? King Wu, why did you stop?" "Bastard." Inside the light barrier, Fang Ping was affected by the saber energy. At this moment, his body was cut open again and blood was gushing out. However, he regained his consciousness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kill them. The humans have no captives. The human king will not be a hindrance." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping's blood qi condensed again as if he was going to self-destruct. "I already said that you don't have the right to die." His mentality fluctuated slightly, and Fong Ping was shocked again. His blood qi dispersed, and his eyes turned red with unspeakable hatred. King Sun laughed loudly. King Zhen also laughed. Interesting. They actually captured Fong Ping alive. This was almost impossible. However, Fong Ping was too weak now. His strength was only at the 8th rank. He was like a puppet that could be played with however he wanted. Zhang Tao took a few steps back. He was no longer angry and said coldly, "Let him go. He is crippled. What can you do to him if you capture him? What do you want? Name your conditions. Otherwise, I will kill him with my own hands and leave you with nothing. Don't agree to them. You are the hope of the human race. I will cripple you." Fong Ping suddenly shouted, "Kill them! Do you hear me?" What a sad drama. Zhang Tao's eyes became misty and disappeared in an instant. It was as if he was never there. He ignored Fong Ping and looked at the two kings again. "What do you want?" "Ha ha ha." King Sun laughed and said playfully, "Hand over the god-slaying saber." "Impossible." Zhang Tao said coldly, "Do you think you can make me compromise by capturing him? I won't give in to your unreasonable demands." King Sun looked at him coldly and suddenly grabbed Fong Ping in his hand. His big hand covered Fong Ping's head and squeezed it until blood spurted out. "You really don't care? This is the human king. No, the emperor of this generation. He just merged his Tao with you. He is the spiritual leader of the human race, the legend of the human race. You, Zhang Tao, want to see him die in front of you? Just for a broken god artifact?" Crack! Fong Ping's skull was squeezed so hard that it made a cracking sound. However, his expression was calm. Blood flowed out of his mouth, and he said coldly, "Don't agree." As he spoke, Fong Ping calculated in his heart. It should be about time now. King Sun was close to him. In terms of physique, was King Sun stronger than him? Fong Ping's basic vitality was 9 million calories. He did not believe that King Sun's physique would be stronger than his. Origin. The moment the origin was destroyed, there was a reaction period. During this period, it was difficult for powerhouses to mobilize their origin instantly. This was also a weakness of origin martial artists. Of course, it was difficult to catch them. Fong Ping usually took advantage of this time to destroy someone's physique. However, he had only dealt with saints before. This was his first time dealing with a heavenly king. He really did not have full confidence that he could subdue King Sun instantly. Putting on such a show was just to get closer to him. He did not expect King Sun to grab him directly. He was too F*** cooperative. He was already so close to him. If he still could not subdue him, then he would be too useless. The god-slaying saber. Just give it to him. Fong Ping complained in his heart. Old Zhang gave it to him. Actually, it was the same whether he gave it or not. He was the owner of the god-slaying saber and could control it instantly. However, wasn't it in old Zhang's hands now? If it disappeared suddenly, wouldn't it give them some time to react? It would be faster to throw it over and then disappear, killing the heavenly king. Fong Ping felt that he had to seize every opportunity. If he could kill King Sun with the least cost, he might even be able to kill King General Fong Ping, raised both of his arms as if he was struggling, and waving his hands to tell old Zhang not to give it to him. In reality, he was prepared to capture King Sun's body instantly. He was also prepared to wield the saber. At this moment, Zhang Tao's expression changed. He sneered and said, "Even if I gave you this saber, you wouldn't dare to refine it. This saber belongs to Emperor West. Old Cat gave it to Fong Ping. Now that it was taken away by you, not only did you offend Old Cat, but Heaven's fate. Do you want to see your father's saber fall into someone else's hands?" On the other side, Heaven's fate's expression kept changing. He cursed in his heart. "What can I do?" Previously, the saber was in Fong Ping's hands. Old Cat had a large group of powerhouses behind him. Moreover, Heaven's suppressing king was still around. Yet he did not mention the saber. Now, that King Sun is forcing it. You're thinking of me. Although the god-slaying saber was a little damaged, and he did not have Fong Ping's ability to enter the origin instantly, it was actually not as powerful as a holy weapon. However, it was still a divine weapon, his father's weapon. At this moment, it would not be good if he did not respond to Zhang Tao's words. Heaven's fate said in a muffled voice, King Sun, the Western Emperor's saber, is my father's personal weapon. Now that it is half damaged, it is not as powerful as a holy weapon. You need the saint's token and the heavenly king's seal. I have a saint's token with me. We can exchange it later. What do you think? Zhang Tao snorted coldly. Wasn't this fellow crazy before? Now he was normal. He actually thought of exchanging it instead of snatching it directly. Crazy people were cuter. Heaven's fate, who was not crazy, was not cute at all. Heaven's fate was also sullen and cursed in his heart. None of them were good people. It was so dangerous, and he wanted to drag me into this at this time. How could I agree? King Sun did not want to offend him either. He smiled and said, as long as you don't hand it over to the humans, it's not a problem. I can exchange the saint's token for the Western Emperor's saber. Are you sure you want me dead? Zhang Tao was indifferent. King Sun smiled and said, Zhang Tao, this is Fong Ping's weapon. Isn't it worth using his weapon to exchange for his life? Or do you want Fong Ping to die so that you can snatch his weapon? Or are you afraid that Fong Ping will recover and snatch your throne again? He risked his life for you, and you are not even willing to use his weapon to exchange for his life. Ha ha ha, is this what a martial king is like? One hand over the person, and the other hand over the saber. Zhang Tao finally compromised. King Sun laughed again, and King Zhen heaved a sigh of relief. He finally forced Zhang Tao to compromise. If he handed over the god-slaying saber, Zhang Tao would lose his weapon, and his combat strength would be affected. Moreover, as time passed, Zhang Tao's combat strength was declining. After delaying for a while, Zhang Tao's aura was no longer as strong as before. Of course, the two of them were the same. At this time, the two words heaven and earth above their heads had already dissipated. King Sun smiled and said, Sure, if you want a piece of trash, I will give it to you. As he spoke, Fong Ping felt a wave of mentality penetrating his brain. Fong Ping was speechless. Was this fellow planning to control him and use him as a weapon to threaten old Zhang? The mentality entering his head meant that he was not really going to hand Fong Ping over. Fong Ping struggled hysterically to speak, but he was suppressed by King Sun. Fong Ping's eyes were red, and he started counting down in his heart. Let's change. Hurry up, I can't wait anymore. If I, Fong Ping, don't kill a heavenly king, can I still be called a human king? Zhang Tao was also afraid that a long delay would bring trouble. At this moment he roared, I will hand over the god-slaying saber. If you don't release Fong Ping, from today onwards, you won't be able to escape from the human race unless the human race is annihilated. Humans, listen up. If Fong Ping dies today, no matter what happens in the three realms, we must kill these two people. We will not rest until the human race is annihilated. We will not rest until the human race is annihilated. Everyone roared angrily. All of them pulled out their swords and were furious. Fong Ping's head was grabbed by the other party. It was a great humiliation. The other party was humiliating Fong Ping. This was a human king who killed sages like slaughtering chickens. They couldn't imagine how humiliated Fong Ping was right now. Grief and indignation. Determination. At this moment, the human powerhouses had evolved their emotions to the extreme. As for old Zhang, he appeared to be angry, but he was calculating in his heart. Could Fong Ping do it? His Tao source was broken. How much strength did he have now? In the past, Fong Ping was only a sage. He was probably even weaker now. Could he really do it? This kid. Don't play with fire. Old Zhang felt helpless. If Fong Ping was playing with fire, it would be hard for him to save the two kings. Actually, Zhang Tao was also waiting for the two golden words to dissipate. If they dissipated, the two kings would be much weaker. It was also considered as fighting for a chance for Fang Ping. As for himself, it was fine if he was weak. Even if he was weak, he was still a powerhouse at the peak of breaking 6. Those two fellows were not as strong as him. The golden characters dissipated at an even faster rate. As for Zhang Tao, his qi activity continued to decline. Just when the golden words were about to dissipate completely, Zhang Tao snorted coldly and threw the god-slaying saber out. The god-slaying saber flew directly towards King Sun. At this moment, time seemed to be extremely slow. Everyone was paying attention to them. Some shook their heads, some sighed. The sovereign personage would be better off dead than alive. Now his life was worse than death. Even the martial king had to hand over his weapon to save the sovereign personage's life. With his qi activity declining, King Wu might not be able to do anything today. Once Li Zhu escaped, something might happen. At that time, without his weapon, King Wu would not be able to borrow strength again. Could he really fight against 3 kings? When the god-slaying saber flew over, Fang Ping was ready to attack. However, at this moment, Li Zhu, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly frowned and shouted, "Little, go to hell!" Fang Ping was furious. He had sensed Li Zhu's mentality fluctuation. He had been watching the surroundings. At this moment, Fang Ping was extremely furious. "I didn't settle the score with you, and you still dare to interfere? You're courting death." At this moment, the god-slaying saber disappeared. Before King Sun and King Zhen could sense anything, an earth-shattering boom resounded in the surroundings. Something happened to King Sun. Li Zhu. Yes, Li Zhu. Fang Ping hated him for opening his mouth. He was afraid that he would finish his sentence. At this moment, he did not even think. The god-slaying saber disappeared instantly. He also broke through Li Zhu Avenue in an instant and slashed at a huge cauldron. Not only that, a total of 12 sage tokens bombarded his source world crazily. He had also seen that Li Zhu was in trouble previously. At this moment, this bastard still dared to cause trouble. "I'll kill you." Rumble. This loud bang even resounded in the source universe. Fang Ping's full force attack, a divine weapon, and 12 holy weapons, how powerful was that? In Li Zhu's source world, the giant cauldron seemed to be suppressing a void. At this moment, the giant cauldron shifted, revealing a black hole in the void. In the next moment, the 12 sage tokens smashed down. At this moment, a loud laughter resounded in the surroundings. "Li Zhu, it's been 2,000 years. Is this how you treat your master? Ha ha ha." Hysterical laughter, incomparably maniacal laughter, rang out in all directions at this moment. A giant palm reached out from the black hole and grabbed the giant cauldron. With the giant cauldron in hand, the palm smashed towards the source of the Tao. At this moment, Li Zhu's figure also appeared. His expression changed drastically. At this moment, he didn't know if he would regret his warning just now. The seal was already unstable. Not only was the 1,000-world cauldron sent flying by Fang Ping's full force attack, the seal was also smashed by his 12 sage tokens. This time, Li Zhu was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Everything had happened too quickly. Fang Ping slashed once, smashed once, and ran without saying a word. It was difficult for him to kill Li Zhu. It was fine to make him suffer, but to kill him, he really didn't have any confidence at all. However, Fang Ping didn't expect that someone was still alive. That should be the palm imprint user, right? He was actually still alive. Li Zhu was in big trouble this time. He didn't have time to look anymore. Let the two of them fight in Li Zhu's source world. He had to kill Li Zhu, this bastard. Let's see if he dares to offend me next time. Even if he didn't die this time, he would be severely injured. After killing King Sun and King Zhen, he might have a chance to kill him. In the source world, everything happened too fast. Just as Li Zhu said the word little, something happened. King Sun and King Zhen wanted to defend themselves, but they couldn't figure out where the danger was coming from. They didn't have time to think about anything. Just as Fang Ping finished his words, Li Zhu suddenly roared like a crazy demon. He smashed the Book of Great Tao with one strike and fled. He couldn't stay here. Otherwise, the source wouldn't be able to suppress him and he might die today. At this moment, Li Zhu's energy was burning and his body was burning. It was very similar to the demon emperor's state when he fought with his life on the line. The aura that erupted was even more powerful and shocking. The surrounding void was collapsing due to the pressure. Old Zhang didn't stop him. Extremely powerful, Li Zhu, who was already at 7 points, had probably erupted with more than 10 million cal. He just wanted to escape, so why would he attack now? He didn't stare at Li Zhu and didn't care about him. Old Zhang condensed a long saber and slashed at King General. As for King Sun, he suddenly felt his hands burning. Without a second word, he wanted to throw Fang Ping away. But it was too late. Fang Ping was like an octopus, entangling him instantly. His arms hugged him tightly and intimately. King Sun, let's be intimate. Rumble. Fang Ping had butted King Sun, causing his head to explode. At the same time, the source vibrated. A long saber and 12 saints' orders came crashing down. King Sun roared. In the source world, countless stars smashed towards Fang Ping. In reality, his arms hammered Fang Ping crazily. A heavenly king seal also came crashing down from the sky, wanting to smash Fang Ping's body. On the other side, Zhang Tao was like a mad demon. He broke through the sky and instantly tangled with General King Zhen, kept crashing through the void, smashing through layers of heaven and earth. He kept bleeding. The change was too fast. Too fast, too fast. Li Zhu suddenly escaped crazily. Fang Ping suddenly erupted, and Zhang Tao suppressed King Zhen at this moment. The powerhouses around, including King Kun, couldn't react. It wasn't that they couldn't react, it was just that their mentality was too far away. After all, it needed time to transmit the message. But at this moment, they couldn't transmit it back. To powerhouses, transmitting the message was extremely fast. But when the battle erupted, King Kun and the others instantly sensed what was happening. It was too fast. Another change happened. Fang Ping ambushed 2 heavenly kings. Li Zhu, the powerhouse at 7 points, escaped. King Sun was entangled by him. At this moment, his body was actually not a match for Fang Ping. His body kept exploding from Fang Ping's attacks. In the source world, Fang Ping's saber kept hacking, but he couldn't hack the heavenly king's Tao. Fang Ping was a little speechless. He had miscalculated. Previously, when he was at Li Zhu's side, he had failed. The broken god-slaying saber finally revealed a huge flaw when fighting against the heavenly kings. But Fang Ping was ruthless. So what? He couldn't hack it, right? If he couldn't hack it, it meant that he didn't have enough destructive power. What hadn't I, Fang Ping, exploded before? Today, I'll explode a big one for you to see. In the next second, a huge Tao appeared instantly. It was compressed to the extreme by Fang Ping and instantly integrated into the god-slaying saber. The Tao that was replaced just now was also his own Tao. At least it was still his Tao for now. It was normal to use Tao in a battle of the source. But Fang Ping didn't plan to use it simply. He was prepared to use it as a one-time consumable. Exploding your Tao, even if it was difficult to explode an emperor-level heavenly king. Didn't he still have the god-slaying saber and the 12 saints tokens? Just at the moment when the Tao integrated, King Sun's source body on the opposite side was a little sluggish. Where did his Tao come from? How could this guy have a second Tao? How many years had he cultivated? And it was an emperor-level Tao. Could it be that while he was cultivating the emperor's Tao, he was also opening up other Taos? And he even opened up an emperor's Tao. It was too incredible. It was simply unbelievable. Slash! Fang Ping roared crazily. King Sun's expression changed drastically. His Tao roared, and an extremely powerful qi of the source swept over, instantly attacking Fang Ping. Explode! Kaboom! The god-slaying saber was unleashed. An emperor's Tao collapsed in the blink of an eye, completely exploding. The sky outside broke again and the Tao collapsed. Emperor's fall. At this moment, King Sun's expression changed drastically. Explode, explode? Was he crazy? Could it be that he had a third Tao? Otherwise, why would he seek death again? Again. Why did he say again? King Sun was going crazy at this moment. How many Taos did Fang Ping have? Crack. A faint cracking sound was heard. King Sun's Tao was very wide. Although it was not 10,000 meters wide, it was still 6,000 to 7,000 meters wide. It was really very wide. Unfortunately, it was less than 10,000 meters. People like him did not have additional enhancements. The length, Fang Ping could not see the end at a glance, was probably far more than 10,000 meters. However, at the entrance of the Tao, Fang Ping self-detonated his Emperor's Tao, slashed out with the god-slaying saber, and suppressed by the 12 saints' tokens. At this moment, no matter how wide the Tao was, it was still cut into pieces. Not only that, at this time in the outside world, Fang Ping's golden body vitality soared to the sky. In the blink of an eye, King Sun's golden body was torn into pieces. King Sun was not dead yet. A heavenly king powerhouse, an ancient heavenly king at that, would not die so easily. Fang Ping, who had detonated his Emperor's Tao, began to dissipate, and the enhancements began to gradually disappear. Without the Emperor's Tao enhancement, Fang Ping's strength would greatly decline. In the source world, King Sun laughed. He laughed miserably, but he still laughed. I am not dead. The Tao was broken and began to break, but he was not dead yet. Fang Ping detonated his Emperor's Tao and broke his Emperor's Tao. What else do you have? What else do you have? You've really cultivated a third Tao. At this moment, Fang Ping disappeared in an instant. King Sun's golden body was destroyed, and more than half of his origin was destroyed, but he did not die. At this moment, his only thought was to escape from this place. After all, Zhang Tao was still here. But just as this thought arose in his mind, in the next second, Fang Ping came back. Yes, unimaginably fast. Fang Ping came back. His aura was actually as strong as before. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised? I have thousands of Taos, and I can detonate them whenever I want. Does it feel good? Look, I cultivated another Emperor's Tao." King Sun was stunned, miserable, disbelieving, and unwilling. Impossible. 21 years old, cultivated an Emperor's Tao and an Emperor's Tao, and now there was another? Don't cry. I will send you to the Western Paradise. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, Fang Ping's aura was incomparably strong, and King Sun had long fallen to the bottom. This time he could only watch helplessly as Fang Ping erupted once again, and the god-slaying saber instantly slashed at the Tao that was about to break. Rumble. A huge roar shook the source universe. Kacha! Rumble. It broke. A Tao that was tens of thousands of meters long broke. P.S. In the last 2 hours of June, brothers have monthly votes to vote. Thank you. Don't waste it. It will be gone in a while. Chapter 12:12. Why, King Sun's origin body was dissipating. At this moment, he no longer had the resentment from before. He just didn't understand why. How did you fix it? How did he manage to cultivate so many Taos in just a few years? Moreover, it was the Tao of the strong. 1 sovereign path and 2 emperor-level great paths. How did this happen? The heavenly king's life force was too strong. He still hadn't died, even though his great Tao had collapsed. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. While slashing the source world with his saber, he bombarded it madly with the Saint Order. He had to destroy it completely. It hadn't exploded yet. If it didn't explode, then this fellow wasn't dead. Of course, his Tao was broken, and he didn't have any source of enhancement. His physical body was also destroyed. The current King Sun could only watch as Fong Ping did this. Fong Ping did not lie to the dead man this time. He smiled and said, "King Kuan gave it to me." King Sun suddenly felt that he couldn't die. He couldn't die willingly. "I'm not lying." Fong Ping said righteously, "It's really a gift from King Kuan. I raided his lair, seized 6 emperors' paths, and sent 3 of them out. I blew up one previously and another just now. Look, I only have 1 left, just enough to deal with you. King Kuan is really a good person." King Sun was dumbfounded. Fong Ping lamented, "I really have to thank the Kuan King. You don't know, because of him, I've solved a lot of problems. The Heavenly Wood Saint is on his side. The crack in my brain was helped by him. The Wind Cloud Saint is on his side after mending the brain nucleus, obtaining the origin water and origin soil. 2 sages came to help, and the Heavenly Hound was released. Really, the best person in the 3 realms is King Kuan. Oh, right, there's also a sage token that belongs to him. Without the sage token, I don't even know if I can take this path. Look, today, I used the great Tao he gave me to kill the Heavenly King. Tell me, shouldn't I thank him? He's too good. Moon Spirit helping us before was actually related to him. Otherwise, the humans would have been in danger. I think that King Kuan might really be in cahoots with us. He's just deliberately lurking among you." King Sun coughed out blood, but there was no blood. He was coughing out his origin energy. He felt that he was not killed by Fong Ping, but by anger. Fong Ping said it very seriously. He really wanted to thank King Kuan. What a good man. Many of the things he knew now were related to King Kuan. Also, without the help of the divine sects Heavenly Wood and Wind Cloud, he might have been killed by the Catacombs' 9 saints. The repair of the brain nucleus also depended on his doppelganger's spiritual sense crystal and the origin water. They were all related to him. That's right. There's also the dragon transformation to prolong one's lifespan. These great Daos were all stuffed into the origin realm by King Kuan, who knew how long it took. Stripping the great Tao was so damn hard. Fong Ping could barely do it, and neither could old Zhang. Fong Ping had only seen it once, and that was when Tsang Mao stripped Pine King Avenue. Even Sherpa couldn't do it. If he could, that fellow's origin realm wouldn't be completely fake. In this aspect, King Kuan was the true expert. He had instigated many wars and killed countless people before he finally obtained these great paths. He had helped Fong Ping too much. As Fong Ping hacked at the source world, he pondered, "Do you think I should contact the Kuan King? Maybe he's really one of us. The Heavenly King of the 3 realms treats me the best, even better than Heavenly King subduing and the others." Rumble. The source star was exploding. King Sun suddenly said, "You only have this Emperor Tao." Fong Ping smiled. "What are you trying to say? Is it that I don't dare to self-destruct? It's okay. I still have many absolute Taos. I can slowly detonate them later. It's okay. Maybe I can even send King Jen to meet you. Walk slowly. You won't be lonely on the road to hell." King Sun laughed bitterly and said softly, "Cultivation, cultivation. In the end, it's all for nothing. The great Tao is like an old shoe, abandoned just like that." Fong Ping, our Tao is actually wrong, isn't it? I don't know. It should be wrong. Origin Tao, it's harmful. King Sun looked up at the sky, his figure dissipating. He didn't stop Fong Ping from destroying his source world. He muttered to himself, "I was born 30,000 years ago at the end of the war between Origin and Beginner Marshall. At that time, Origin Tao won the battle of Myriad Taos. When I was young, Master told me that Origin is the strongest in Great Tao. I never doubted it because the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors won against Beginner Marshall Taos. Until one day, I met a Beginner Marshall Taos powerhouse. I was proud and arrogant, so I didn't use Origin. You should have guessed the result. I lost miserably. My body was destroyed by Marshall Emperor Chu, and I almost died. Actually, from then on, I knew there was something wrong with Origin. If one day our Origin is broken, we will be a bunch of useless people. What are you trying to say? King Sun said sadly, you just shattered my golden body and caused my great Tao to explode at will. But I didn't see your fundamental Tao. Perhaps the sovereign Tao that collapsed just now, was it? Have you walked a different Tao? Yes. Fang Ping nodded and said seriously, the Tao of self-destruction. The feeling of exploding people is very good. Do you want to learn it in this world? Origin Qi continued to spread. King Sun laughed and shook his head. Forget it, forget it. At this point, there's nothing to worry about. The Demon Emperor left first, and I'm here too. I wonder if the Demon Emperor has gone far. Don't you want to see reverse heaven? King Sun laughed again. It's just a sealed puppet, don't worry about it. Fang Ping, you let me see some hope. In the future, I mean, if there's a chance, can you slash that immortal source and let me vent my anger? Immortal source? Yes, immortal source, King Sun murmured. That thing has imprisoned us. If the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors are not dead, maybe they are outside the 9 heavens. All of them want to break free from the shackles and become the only one in the 3 realms. All living beings are like ants, plotting for millions of years. I suddenly look forward to the day when you, Fang Ping, break through everything. Only you have transcended. How will the powerhouses of the 3 realms feel? Ha ha ha. At this moment, he was about to completely collapse. Fang Ping was also panting from exhaustion. He had fought enough, and this origin star was about to explode. Fang Ping didn't leave. King Sun looked at him doubtfully. I will definitely die. It will happen very soon. Why are you staying here instead of leaving? Fang Ping saw him looking at him and smiled. You are a heavenly king and can cause the source universe to tremble when the origin star explodes. I can't. I don't even have my origin star anymore. I'm thinking that when it explodes later, I will announce to the 3 realms that I killed a heavenly king alone, an ancient heavenly king. Let me bask in some glory. I can't announce it myself, but you caused a huge commotion. Thank you. King Sun suddenly felt that he was too slow. He should have blown himself up earlier. There was not a moment when he suddenly despised himself for dying too slowly. He suddenly thought, what kind of world is this? My origin star exploded. But someone didn't let go of this opportunity. Is he still human? He raised his head and looked at the exploding origin star. At this moment, he could already see the universe. He saw the source universe. He really hoped that this origin star wouldn't explode. If it did, he felt that his mentality of letting go of everything would collapse. Someone wanted to use this opportunity to announce that he killed a heavenly king. Explode! Don't explode! King Sun and Fang Ping spoke at the same time. Fang Ping's gaze was unfriendly. What do you mean? Don't explode? Don't you want to die? King Sun laughed bitterly. Dying. I really can't accept it. I just let go of everything, but now I really can't accept it. This beast is simply not human. The origin star collapsed. At the same time, light began to shine. King Sun laughed bitterly again. Suddenly, his body exploded, and his origin, Qi, completely scattered. Out of sight, out of mind. At the last moment, let me not die so sullenly. King Sun was dead. This ancient, heavenly king finally decided not to delay that moment. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if he died. And at this moment, the origin star suddenly burst out with dazzling light. Rumble. The source universe trembled. The heavenly king had fallen. The ancient heavenly king had fallen. At this moment, it was like the resurrection of Tengu and the others. The origin universe moved in all directions. And at this moment, Fang Ping's origin body also felt the impact. He seized the time and shouted, Fang Ping of the human race, today I killed King Sun alone. Anyone in the 3 realms who is an enemy of the human race must be killed. His voice spread in all directions, shaking the universe. At this moment, countless stars trembled. and the phantoms of countless ancient gods and devils opened their eyes. At this moment, this place was incomparably dazzling. Fang Ping stood proudly in the universe's starry sky, his body radiating in all directions. Holding the god-slaying saber in his hand, he looked like a god-fiend. "What are you looking at?" "I'm talking about you. I'll kill a few heavenly kings for fun. If you're not convinced, come and try. I've killed the 2 heavenly kings today. Now, I'll try killing King General. Just you wait. I'll set off fireworks for you." Fang Ping was incomparably arrogant and flamboyant. At this moment, stars were shining from all directions. Millions and millions of kilometers away, on a vast planet, the heavenly hound opened its eyes and was stunned for a long time. Mother asterisk her, what an arrogant lord. On the side, the leader of the cat's protection team also opened his eyes, dumbfounded. On the other side, Sherpa scratched his head. What an arrogant kid. In another area, Fong opened his eyes and then quickly closed them. He sighed, feeling a bit indescribable. At this moment, the sage and the heavenly kings were all opening their eyes. Emperors could not sense it clearly, but sages and heavenly kings could sense it clearly. Fang Ping, the devil Fang Ping, was the one. He had killed the heavenly king. Kill King Sin. One of the 8 ancient kings, King Sin, was killed by Fang Ping today. Fang Ping's arrogance was nothing more than shocking. Were they shocked? A little. At least the sages were silent. The 8 ancient kings were all killed. King Sin was definitely not a weakling. Even if he was not a broken 7, he was still a top-notch powerhouse among the broken 7. Even the broken 7 heavenly kings might not be able to kill him. However, he still died in Fang Ping's hands. Previously, Heaven Reverse, the Demon Emperor and now King Sin. In a day, 3 heavenly kings had fallen. Many sages had also died. The 3 realms was now in a huge earthquake. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. In the past 8,000 years, this time, the number of powerhouses who died was the highest. Fang Ping broke this record again and again. Previously, everyone thought that Fang Ping was dead. Who knew that he would return so domineeringly? 3 months ago, he killed an emperor and a life king. 1 month ago, he killed a sage. He killed the first sage, Tian Gui. Now he killed a heavenly king. 3 months. Fang Ping had broken everyone's understanding. In the next moment, everyone on the 4 great planets heard an angry roar. F***CK, this heavenly king's great star explosion can only last for a while. No, I'm leaving first. I'll see if I can destroy King Zhen's great planet later. Before he could finish a sentence, Fang Ping disappeared. The source universe regained its peace. However, all the powerhouses couldn't remain calm. In the fake sky grave, King Kuin, chaotic heavenly king, King Qian, sea guardian, these people had actually heard that voice. When Fang Ping appeared in the outside world and regained his consciousness, everyone looked at him. They stopped fighting. At this moment, the powerhouses suddenly didn't have the mood to continue fighting. What was this? A heavenly king was killed just like that. How unresigned was his death? They looked at Fang Ping. However, Fang Ping didn't care about them. The moment he appeared, he wanted to help old Zhang. Then he scolded. "Old Zhang, can you not be so useless? Hold him back. Hold him back, I'll kill him." Zhang Tao's face darkened. At this moment, King Zhen was really going crazy. He was burning his physical body, his spiritual energy, and his origin. After burning everything, he was terrifyingly strong. He was about to break through the 7th level and forced old Zhang to retreat continuously. As for King Zhen, he was the same as Li Zhu. His only thought was to escape. King Sin died too quickly. His death surprised him, and he was horrified by it. Other than the 8,000 years ago, this was the first time he felt the threat of death. Li Zhu ran away, and the others were held back. Fang Ping killed King Sin alone. He really did it alone. He wasn't as strong as Zhang Tao now. If he didn't fight with his life on the line, he would die. Thus, he didn't care about the consequences and burned everything in his body. He roared, "Hong Kuan, King Qian, you all watched me die. If I die, everyone will die with me." At this moment, King Kuan, King Qian, and the others were no longer as calm as before. King Kuan's body suddenly grew taller. His golden body shone brightly and the colors of jade and gold intertwined. He looked at Heavenly King Wan coldly. His gaze was so cold that it could freeze people. Heavenly King Wan wanted to continue fighting with him, but he suddenly felt a sense of danger. It was as though he had returned to the past when he was almost bitten to death by Heavenly Hound. He took a step back. He wasn't stupid. Hong Kuan was going crazy. "Kuan!" A low shout was heard. In the next moment, a huge golden word flew towards General King Zhen's aura instantly increased. He didn't stay any longer and tore the void apart in the blink of an eye. Fong Ping roared, "Leave behind the Heavenly King's seal, or you can't run anywhere. Old Zhang, activate your seed." Although Zhang Tao's face was dark, he still gritted his teeth. His body was burning, and his blood was burning. Who didn't know how to activate their seed? Old Zhang tore the void apart and chased after King Zhenwan. Fong Ping's blood was also burning, and he no longer hid his aura. He directly broke through the 6th level and chased after King Zhenwan with the god-slaying saber. On the other side, King Kuan still wanted to continue attacking. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen suddenly scolded, "Who doesn't know how to activate their seed?" Rumble. The void was burned. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen was also burning his blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he sent King Qian flying and roared, "Kuan Peng, stay here or I'll kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, this giant whose body was covered in flames instantly charged towards King Kuan. "Break 8 and burn your golden body and blood. Come on, fight with your life. I've already given you face. You still want to interfere. I've already interfered twice, and I don't have time to care about you. You really don't take me seriously." King Kuan's expression changed. Is this necessary? Is it really appropriate for powerhouses like us to fight with our lives on the line? This time, King Kuan really wanted to cry. What was this old thing thinking? At his level, burning his golden body and blood, wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain the opportunity and become an emperor in the final battle? "Li Zhen, don't go crazy," King Kuan shouted. He really had enough of these lunatics. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. The entire space battlefield shook violently as if it was going to collapse. King Kuan flew out. His body was covered in blood and his eyes were bloodshot. "Do you really want to force me to fight you to the death? Mother of asterisk her, are you still going to interfere?" Heavenly King Zhen cursed angrily. King Kuan didn't say anything. Everyone knew what silence meant. He wasn't going to interfere anymore. Li Zhen had gone crazy and wanted to fight him to the death. If this continued, one of them would probably die. The two of them were fighting with their lives on the line. On the other side, King Qian suddenly screamed. He had just been knocked out of the void by the crazy Heavenly King Zhen's punch. In the end, this bastard Luan actually grabbed his thigh and tore it apart with a crack. At this moment, Luan raised his thigh and chuckled. "King Qian, give me another one or I'll kill you. Bastard." King Qian had gone crazy. It was a great humiliation. As the leader of the 8 kings, he was really not weak. He wasn't even a beginner at breaking 7. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten by Heavenly King Zhen until now. But now, this bastard Luan actually tore off one of his legs. Not only that, this guy actually wanted a second one. Do you all think that I don't dare to fight with my life on the line? King Qian roared angrily. His golden body was also burning. You dare? I don't dare. Do you think you can break 8? Luan was also furious. He had been scared by King Kuan just now. It was a little embarrassing. King Kuan had broken 8. He endured it. But who was King Qian? You broke 7, but I didn't? You can burn, but I can't? With a boom, the void was ignited. Luan also burned his golden body. He raised King Qian's thigh and slashed it down crazily. Who was afraid of who? Crazy! Heaven's pole was terrified. He was even trembling. They were fighting like crazy today. Those who broke 8 were burning their golden bodies. Those who broke 7 were burning. And those who broke 6 were waiting for death. The entire small world was shaking violently as if it was about to explode. Tian Chief and the others stopped fighting. At this moment, the sages were also trembling. Those true gods and emperors fell to the ground one by one, their faces full of fear. They were fighting like crazy. Because of King Sun's death, these people had gone crazy. At their realm, they had cultivated their bodies for so many years, who would easily burn. But now, those who broke 8 were burning their golden bodies, preparing to fight to the death. Those who broke 7 were doing the same. Their powerful auras caused the sky and earth to tremble under the rain of blood. At this moment, the dark clouds dispersed and the night turned into day. In the void, cracks crisscrossed and covered the entire world. The true gods were shocked. They dared to guarantee that if they touched those cracks, they would definitely die. A group of top experts fighting with their lives on the line. Even the strongest experts were participating. How many years had it been since a supreme expert made a move? 3,000 years ago, Heavenly Hound made a move. However, it did so in the Tomb of Heaven, and not many people saw it. In the past 3,000 years, today was the first time they saw a supreme expert making a move. As for before, although they were fighting, they didn't fight with their lives on the line. Now, with the Heavenly King Jinren's eruption, these people were going crazy. Hong Yu and the others looked towards Fang Ping. Their eyes were shining. Breaking 6. Fang Ping was really a heavenly king. Human king was really incomprehensible. How could he become a heavenly king after breaking his Tao? What was going on with him? At this moment, he and Zhang Tao were fighting until King Zhen went crazy. Half of his golden body was burning. If this went on, King Zhen might really die in the end. Of course, Fang Ping and Zhang Tao weren't having an easy time fighting against King. General Fang Ping saw that Zhang Tao's golden body was burning at an extremely fast speed and was about to dissipate. He was speechless. This fellow was so weak. Why was his golden body so weak? As for himself, Fang Ping suddenly felt something. As the battle went on, his emperor's Tao seemed to be unable to withstand the endless battles. It couldn't break. If it broke, he would be beaten back to his original state. Seeing the despair on King Zhen's face, Fang Ping shouted furiously, "Are you really not going to hand over the Heavenly King's seal? If you don't hand it over, one of us will definitely die today. Who do you want to bet on?" "Let's die together." King Zhen roared angrily. "The Heavenly King's seal was given to me by the 9 emperors. It's impossible for you to get it. Then kill." Fang Ping let out a roar. 12 saint tokens appeared. He bellowed, "Seal." The 12 sage tokens entered the void and sealed the space. They sealed the space and fought to the death. They wouldn't stop until one of them died. This time, King Zhen's expression changed again. Ruthlessness. It seemed like he couldn't win against Fang Ping. Fang Ping was really ruthless. "Old Zhang, completely ignite your golden body. If you don't die, I will give you the immortal substance to repair your golden body." "Okay." Zhang Tao didn't say anything else. His golden body ignited completely and he pounced towards King Zhen crazily. Fang Ping also held the god-slaying saber in his hand. He closed his eyes and in the next moment he broke into the origin. However, King Zhen was prepared. The moment Fang Ping moved, his origin erupted crazily. In an instant, their origin collided. Fang Ping's body was overflowing with origin energy, and so was King General Zhang Tao rushed towards him without any regard for his life. At this moment, King Jen couldn't hold on anymore. He shouted angrily, "I'll open the void seal. If not, don't force me to self-destruct." An ancient heavenly king was threatening to self-destruct. As for Fang Ping, his expression kept changing. At this moment, the emperor's Tao in his origin world was collapsing. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. This is not enough. If this continues, it will really collapse. I can't let it collapse. As if he was thinking, Fang Ping snorted coldly. The sage token instantly appeared in his hand. He was ready to pounce at any time. King Jen roared and tore the void apart again. After a while, a heavenly king seal floated down. Fang Ping sneered, "Trash! Trash! I'm heavily injured and don't dare to chase after you. You actually threw the heavenly king seal. Old Zhang is also injured. If you continue, we won't kill you." As he said that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned around and looked at Moon Spirit, Celestial Pole, and the others who were following behind him. He chuckled and said, "My Tao has collapsed and I'm heavily injured. Are you guys going to hit me when I'm down?" As he said that, Fang Ping spat out another mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping's aura dropped from 6th to 9th, 8th, 7th. In the end, Fang Ping maintained the aura of a first-rank martial artist. At this moment, the heavenly kings behind him couldn't help but twitch their mouths. "You dropped to first rank?" Just now, an 8th-rank martial artist killed King Sun. Now, who is a first-rank martial artist going to kill? Fang Ping snorted and sneered, "A bunch of trash! If you guys didn't follow me on purpose, would I have let King Jen go? Do you think I don't know what you guys are thinking? When I fight, I hate those onlookers who want to take advantage of me the most. If you push me too far, I won't care about anyone and only kill those onlookers. When I fought with the heavenly court sage, there were 2 sages from the emperor's bloodline watching. I killed Jiu Xian first and then sent Qin Yun here to die. You guys be careful." The rank, one Fang Ping, was incomparably arrogant and threatened them. It was also at this moment that everyone knew the whole story of that day. So this was how the sages died. This was how Jiu Xian and Qin Yun died. This fellow Fang Ping was really ruthless. He was even more of a devil than a devil, who would kill the onlookers first during a great battle. Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed and reached out to grab the heavenly king's seal, King Jen's. As for King Sin's, he had already taken it away. 2 heavenly king seals. As for Fang Ping, he was madly depleting those wealth points. Please don't be safe. His aura was really dropping. He was just scaring people now. If the system were to suddenly upgrade, he would be beaten to death by these people. Fang Ping acted like he did not need money. He condensed origin chi and imperishable substance, tossing them to old Zhang and those human powerhouses one after another, saying casually, "Use them all, I have plenty of them. If we don't die in battle, the human race will be invincible. Let's exhaust those heavenly kings to death." At this moment, everyone was looking at him from all directions, but no one made a sound. Today's King Jen was awe-inspiring. Even Broken 8 didn't dare to underestimate him. Chapter 1213. July was the 1-year anniversary of Gao Wu's publication. Over the past year, he did not dare to slack off. Of course, Gao Wu's results were also remarkable. Thank you for everyone's support. Gao Wu was in the latter stages. As for the completion date, it was temporarily scheduled to be September. However, it was hard to say when a book would be written. It might be brought forward or pushed back, depending on the situation. Ever since the bestseller rankings reached the top in October last year, Gao Wu's book had been in first place. It was unknown whether it had broken Qidian's record, but it was very satisfying. I hope that in the last moments of my life, everyone can continue to support Old Eagle and Gao Wu. We can walk down this path together and explore the world of high martial arts that Old Eagle has brought to us. Without further ado, I will not fight for first place in the monthly votes in July, but I will still seek to secure monthly votes. I, Old Eagle, Want to die in glory and not disappear from the public eye in silence. Thank you, everyone. Give me some monthly votes, and let us continue singing. Global High Marshal ends in June and begins in July. Currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 1214. The rank, one Fong Ping was flaunting his prowess. The war gradually came to an end. In one day, 3 heavenly kings, 2 sages, and more than 30 emperors and true gods were killed. After Li Zhu and King Zhen escaped, the war stopped. Fong Ping was still domineering. He cleaned up the battlefield while cursing, "A bunch of scum. We fought them again and again, but they don't know pain. Stupid dogs. How many dogs have we killed? Is there still no end to them? If humans are so easily destroyed, they would have been destroyed a long time ago. Why would we wait until now?" The heavenly kings and sages looked at him strangely, but no one said anything. Today, the death of Heaven Reverse and King Sun affected them. Li Zhu was in trouble, and King Zhen was forced to hand over the Heavenly King's seal. Humans won. Of course, it wasn't like they didn't suffer any losses. If the Demon Emperor was counted as a member of the human side, then the human side had suffered an even greater loss. They had lost a top-notch expert at the peak of Break 7, but the Demon Lord wasn't considered a powerhouse on their side. Other than the Demon Lord, humans also lost many Desperation Realm powerhouses. However, it was nothing compared to the results of the war. Fong Ping cleaned up the battlefield and sneered, "What are you looking at? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Isn't Tian Kuei still standing there? You don't want the 9 Emperors seal anymore. You don't want me to take it?" In the next second, Tian Kuei took the 4 sages and fled. This grandson, Fong Ping, was going to screw him over. If he didn't mention it, everyone would have forgotten about it. Zhang Tao said he would open the door, but now he didn't even mention it. Obviously, he didn't want to open it anymore. Fong Ping smiled brightly. "I won't open the Spirit Sovereign Dojo anymore. When the 9 Emperors' seal belongs to someone, we can talk about it if we want to leave. There's no need to make a fuss. I'll rest first. We can talk about leaving after I'm healed." The 9 Emperors' seal had appeared. The opportunities in the fake sky grave were exhausted. Leaving this place was inevitable. However, Fong Ping had to drag it out for a while. He still had things to do. If he left now, it would be troublesome in the future. Plus, the 9 Emperors' seal was with Tian Kuei. Maybe he could motivate the Heavenly Kings to fight to the death. Fong Ping commanded, "Heavenly King Jin, I'm sorry. Go find Li Zhu and King General, kill them if you see them." Then this sky-subduing king was still a little worried. There were a lot of experts here. Would something happen? Fong Ping chuckled. "It's fine. I've already contacted the cat-guarding captain to wait outside the Sky's cemetery to receive us. If these fellows dare to attack, I'll let them in." King Kuin harumphed coldly and said coldly, "If an expert like Tian Chen was really close to us, we would have sensed it long ago. Who are you trying to scare? Do you really think everyone will believe you?" Fong Ping laughed. "Is that so? That's because I'm ignorant and ill-informed, but it's not too late now. Big Cat, go call your captain and the others back." At that moment, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. There really was a cat flying in the Source universe. As the experts gathered, the origin stars were also moving. Although their origins might not be the same when they were together, the distance between them would be shortened. Previously, when King Sun's great star exploded, it wasn't too far away from them, so they all saw it clearly. On the other side, there were still some aftershocks. And at this time, there really was a cat there. If Fong Ping had not shouted, they might not have noticed. Within the Source universe, the gray cat was very innocent now. It just flew over to have a look. Why did it feel like so many people were looking at it? Also, it seemed like it couldn't find the liar's big star. Yes, it couldn't find it. The gray cat felt like it was about to get lost, so it flew to the place where King Sun's great star exploded, where the liar was shouting just now. But now, it really seemed like it couldn't find Fong Ping's big star anymore. The door seemed to have disappeared. Fong Ping did not enter the source. He could vaguely sense the gray cat's aura, but the him now was a little different. The source world's entrance to the outside world, which was that Emperor's path, was not his. It was a little different from before. The gray cat might not be able to sense it, but it might have some feelings. But now, it was much more difficult for the gray cat to find him than before. Fong Ping did not care about the gray cat. It was not suitable to communicate with it now. After selling the gray cat, Fong Ping did not care about the source universe. He looked around for something and soon found some golden fragments. Everyone looked at Fong Ping again. Fong Ping muttered to himself, "It's over, it exploded. Back then, I promised that guy Tengu to give it a heavenly king's corpse. Can this still count? Seriously, fighting heavens exploded. King Sun exploded. Can a heavenly king not explode?" Fong Ping muttered a few words, glancing around sneakily. Soon his gaze landed on Celestial's fate. Celestial's fate was stunned. The next moment, without saying a word, he broke through the air and fled. He was the weakest. If he killed him, there was a possibility of leaving a complete corpse. He should run first. Fong Ping smiled and did not continue looking. He pieced the broken bones and flesh together, smiling. "It's okay. I'll kill a few more and leave a few for each of them. It'll be the same to piece together a complete corpse." Having said that, he looked at the chaotic, heavenly king who was still fighting with King Qian and laughed. "Brother, do you still want that thigh in your hand after you're done? If you don't, how about giving it to me?" The chaotic, heavenly king was stunned. He turned his head and scolded. "I went through so much trouble to get this. Are you trying to rob me?" Fong Ping laughed. "I didn't mean that. Don't misunderstand. I was just thinking that you're not weak and I have some strength on my side too. If you give me a thigh, I think you're trustworthy. Then, there's a possibility of us working together. You've been robbing for half a day, and only one thigh. What's the use?" Fong Ping casually took out 2 Heavenly King seals and 12 saint tokens. He laughed. "Look at me. I've only been here for 3 days, and I've already robbed so much. I've even killed 2 Heavenly Kings. If we work together, it might be more efficient." The chaotic Heavenly King snorted coldly and scolded. "I can tell that you're in cahoots with that dog. Dream on. I didn't kill you because you're strong enough and I like you. Otherwise, based on your relationship with that dog, I would have killed you long ago." He did not have a good relationship with the Heavenly Hound. They had fought for countless years. Just by looking at the names of his fist and saber techniques, one could tell how much he hated that dog. Of course, the Heavenly Hound did not have a good impression of him either. If they met, it would probably hate him even more than Sherpa. Between the two of them, one was flaunting the thigh in his hand, while the other was flaunting the Heavenly King seals and saint tokens. Some people were enraged. Chaotic. King Qian roared furiously. He could not take it anymore. It was not just chaotic. Fong Ping knew that King Qian wanted his thigh. Although his thigh had grown out again, it was still his. These two were discussing how to divide it in front of him. Did they really think that they were dead? Fong Ping sneered. Of course, he knew that it was King Qian. Fong Ping's gaze was cold. He sneered. "Ancient 8 kings, you were still all right before. I didn't plan to kill you. Now let's just wait and see. Be careful. When I call the Heavenly Hound, Sherpa, and the rest over, think about how you're going to escape and not die. Why are you still being so arrogant at this juncture? King Sun is dead, King Zhen has run away, and Li Zhu can't even protect itself. If it wasn't for Hong Yu and the other fence-sitters taking advantage of us, believe it or not, we would have killed you and King Kuin today." As soon as he said that, King Qian was angry at first. Then he felt a chill in his heart. There were some things that they had subconsciously forgotten. At this time, the situation had actually been completely reversed. Previously, they had many heavenly kings surrounding the 2 human powerhouses, suppressing Heavenly King and King Wu. But now the situation had changed drastically. Those who were determined to go against the human race were either dead, crippled, or ran away. Now, there were not many powerhouses who were truly determined to go against the human race. Even the Sea Guardian had run away to chase after Tian Kuei. Among those present, only he and King Kuin could make their stand clear, who knew what Moon Spirit and the rest were thinking. Li Zhu and King Zhen were determined, but the two of them couldn't even protect themselves and had run away without a trace. King Qian fell silent. If it wasn't for the chaos here and the unclear attitude of many heavenly kings, Fang Ping's words might be the truth, suppressing Heavenly King, King Wu, Fang Ping, and if that bastard chaos was added, they might really kill him and King Kuin at all costs. 2 were dead, 2 were injured, and 4 heavenly kings were in trouble. However, there was Fang Ping and the bastard who was causing trouble on the human race's side. The difference in combat strength of 6 heavenly kings was too great compared to before. When King Qian thought of this, he thought of the heavenly hound, Sherpa, Tianqian, and the god creation envoy. At this moment, King Qian's heart turned cold. The human race that he looked down on previously was really frighteningly powerful. King Wu was about to break through 7. Fang Ping was insolent, threatening to break 8, scolding 7, treating the heavenly kings as nothing. At this moment, this was Fang Ping's home ground. Zhang Tao, who was watching from the side, was extremely emotional. Although this guy was arrogant, he had to say that it was a relief. Refreshing. Although the human race had suffered losses in this war, this time it had also completely established the human race's position as the overlord. At least at this moment, they were an overlord force in the 3 realms. Who would dare to look down on the human race? The lives of 2 heavenly kings and many saints had forged the glory of the human race. Some people did not know fear at all unless they were hurt. The saints felt that they did not have to be afraid of the death of the emperors. The heavenly kings felt that they did not have to worry about the death of the saints. However, today, the death of the heavenly kings made these heavenly kings afraid. Their lives were their own. The battle of the 3 realms had not reached the final juncture. Originally, the heavenly kings who would only fight to the death at the last moment had now died. All of this was actually because of Fang Ping. Otherwise, according to the normal development, the heavenly kings would not fight to the death when they fought. After so many battles, there weren't many people who were injured, let alone dead. King Kuin looked at Fang Ping. This was the real source of chaos. Fang Ping had been here for 3 days, and the number of people who had died was more than the previous 3 months. Seeing that Fang Ping had dominated the scene, Heavenly King Jin laughed and said, "Then I'll go look for Li Zhu and King General Yu. Guys, be careful. If anything happens, I'll rush over as soon as possible." "Oh, right. I'm afraid the person in the space battlefield is about to be resurrected. Everyone be careful." Fang Ping said indifferently, "It's only broken 7. If he rashly gets involved in the war, we'll just kill him. I hope he's wise and doesn't completely die right after being resurrected." It was only broken 7. Everyone's gaze was strange. Heavenly King Jin laughed and did not say anything. He took to the sky and left. He went to look for them. Maybe he could find the 2 people hiding. Now that these 2 people were in trouble, if he was lucky, he might really be able to kill them. Seeing that he had left, King Kuin's eyes flickered slightly. With a sword, he sent Luan flying hundreds of meters away. The 2 heavenly kings did not say anything and quickly took to the sky and left. Seeing that King Qian had run away, Luan roared and quickly chased after him. If Heavenly King Zhen wanted to kill those 2, these people would definitely not sit back and watch. The other powerhouses also retreated at this time. They scattered in all directions. At this moment, only the human powerhouses were left in the core area of the previous war. They all ran away. It was a complete mess. Zhang Tao waited for them to leave. He spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled bitterly. "You brat, so arrogant. Aren't you afraid that something will happen?" He was heavily injured. King Zhen's last desperate move was not to be trifled with. If they really continued to fight, there might be a big problem today. The current situation was actually the best one could hope for. If they really forced King Kuan and the others to fight with their lives, the final outcome would probably be that only a few top-notch powerhouses would be able to escape. The rest would probably die. We are afraid, but they are even more afraid. Fang Ping disagreed. The old fellows are more afraid of death than us. Could it be that they have lived until now to fight to the death here? Impossible. These people are still waiting for an opportunity. Previously, they only dared to be arrogant because they thought they couldn't be killed. When we have the ability to threaten their lives, who do they think they are? Do they dare to fight with their lives now? Fang Ping's voice was loud, and he didn't try to hide it at all. It was as if he didn't feel some of the mentality stagnating in the air. He sneered. A bunch of cowards. He won't dare to. In the past, I couldn't kill him. Now that I have the ability to do so, what's wrong with me being a little arrogant? Do you still dare to bite me to death? If you can't bite me to death, you can wait to accompany King Sun and the others. As he said this, Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. He said anxiously, Old Zhang, you're so heavily injured. Don't vomit blood now. If someone sees it. Blood seeped out from the corner of old Zhang's mouth. Seeing this, Fang Ping hurriedly said, Bear with it. Don't die. You don't even have a combat strength above 5 anymore. Humph. A few soft snorts resounded in the air. In the next moment, all the mentality around them dissipated. Fang Ping acted as if he didn't see anything. He winked at old Zhang and smiled. Will these fellows be traumatized in the future? Will they think that we are setting them up when they see us vomiting blood? Maybe. Zhang Tao's face was pale. He smiled. But I'm really injured. What about you? Me too. Both of them were telling the truth. It was the truth. Zhang Tao's injuries were not light. In addition to the fact that he had just merged his Tao, he could not hold on anymore. Fang Ping was the same. His emperor's path was collapsing. He was also trying hard to maintain it, but the others did not believe it. There was no other way. Fang Ping shrugged. Those idiots did not believe it themselves. What could he do? Did he have to tell them that he was not injured? The battle was over. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, humans were really in a precarious situation. If there had been the slightest mistake, humans would have died except for heavenly kings. In one battle, 2 heavenly kings were killed, 2 were injured, Feng's clone was destroyed, and 2 of the divine sex saints were killed. The situation was completely reversed. It was only then that humans were considered to be out of danger. It was only then that Warlord and the others came to their senses. All of them were overjoyed. Warlord flew over hurriedly and patted old Zhang. With a bang, old Zhang fell to the ground. His chi slipped again. The warlord scolded. All right, are you done with your acting? Look at the time, those people should have already left. Old Zhang's golden body was slightly broken. He smiled bitterly. Who's acting? You, still pretending. Mother asterisk her, it's not the first time. Warlord scolded, and even kicked him. With a bang, a small part of his golden body exploded. Warlord was stunned. Fang Ping was speechless. Don't kick him to death. He was only a saint-level golden body before, but now it's broken 7 times. How can a golden body withstand such a huge force? It's a little broken, and it can't be repaired in a short time. If you kick it to pieces, his origin might not be able to withstand it. Be careful not to self-destruct. Warlord was stunned. He was not lying this time. He almost kicked Martial King to death with 1 kick. The next moment, Warlord hurriedly picked up old Zhang and asked anxiously, Are you okay? Don't carry me. Carry me. Old Zhang was speechless. What nonsense. As he said that, he said, Fang Ping's injuries are not light either. Fang Ping, oh. What he meant was for Fang Ping to choose someone to carry him. But Fang Ping said without turning his head, You're not a little girl. Don't carry me, it's not worth it. Hurry up and enter the space battlefield with me. King Subduing said that he sent King Qian's Heavenly King seal flying with one punch. I don't know if we can find it. King Qian didn't take it away. The connection must have been cut off. King Kuan and the others are leaving. How would King Qian dare to stay here alone? Isn't he afraid that we'll join forces to kill him? Hurry up and look for it. If we find it, then we'll have 3 Heavenly King seals. Fang Ping was a little anxious. 3 Heavenly King seals. King Subduing still had one, the Catacombs had one, and King Kuan had one. 8 Heavenly King seals, including the King Subduings, were in his hands. When everyone heard that, they hurriedly flew toward the space battlefield. Fang Ping turned his head and glanced at Chen Yaozu, who was at the back. Seeing his expression change, he said, "Old Chen, old ancestor Chen died here in battle. We all feel bad, but the humans today don't have time to grieve." Fang Ping continued to move forward. His tone was calm. Generations of human powerhouses carried heavy burdens and advanced. They shed their blood and died in battle in foreign lands. Even their corpses couldn't be preserved. Too many people have died in these years. Before we came in, there were more than 50 human paragons. Now half of them are dead. I can't feel what those human martyrs who died in battle were thinking at the last moment. But I know that those of us who are alive, only by becoming stronger can we have fewer casualties, kill more enemies, and use the blood of our enemies to take revenge. A few years ago, the Catacombs waged war as they pleased. They killed us as they pleased. They attacked as they pleased. A large number of humans died in the Catacombs. But now, the Catacombs' outskirts are our territory. We waged war as we pleased. We killed them as we pleased. We even killed our way into the restricted area. Before this, these saints and heavenly kings were incomparably insolent. They besieged and killed humans as they pleased. After today's battle, do you think these beasts would dare to make a move again? Fang Ping's tone was chilly. So, when dealing with these people, no matter how pitiful or lowly you are, it's useless. No matter how strong or weak we are, in front of them, we have to pretend to be strong. If you kill me, then I'll make you pay the price, a price that you can't afford. If there was enmity, he would take revenge. If there was resentment, he would take revenge. Today, old ancestor Qin and the others died. You cry, you grieve. Why would they sympathize with us? They'll only laugh at us, look down on us. They might even feel pleasure, the pleasure of killing humans. But the humans can't take revenge. A bunch of lunatics, beasts. What kind of sympathy do you expect them to have? Killing them is the right thing to do. At the back, Chen Yaozu did not utter a word. Fang Ping did not say anything either. After all, the one who died was not his family. That was his father. Some things, it was enough to mention it. Beside him, Zhang Tao rode on Warlord's back. He said softly, "You've matured a little, but you're still a little extreme. Actually, some neutral heavenly kings don't have to offend them to death." Fang Ping said disapprovingly, "Neutral? There's no such thing as neutral. At least it is now, isn't it? That's why I said that you think too much." Fang Ping retorted, "These neutral ones are actually more terrifying than the hostile ones, because they can bite you at any time. They think you don't know that. But I'm telling them now, don't think that you're neutral. I know you're up to no good. I've been watching you closely. If there's a problem, I'll kill you first." Fang Ping grinned. Hangyu, Moon Spirit, and the others are all problematic. They seem to be ignoring them. But who knows, they might be harboring evil intentions in their hearts. I have to tell them my attitude, so that they understand what I'm thinking. As for offending them, do you think that these people who have been tolerating for thousands of years will be offended just because of a few words? If that's the case, then these people aren't scary at all. It was not easy for those old antiques to get angry. If they were really angry, it would involve their fundamental interests. Zhang Tao glanced at him. After a while, he laughed. That makes sense. Looks like you've learned to use your brain during this period. Use my brain? Fang Ping said scornfully. Do I need to use my brain? Powerful battle prowess is the foundation. As he spoke, Fang Ping suddenly said, Did we forget something? What? Zhang Tao frowned. There's still a problem. It's not that. Fang Ping turned around and looked into the distance. He seemed to have sensed some of the battle's aftermath. He murmured, It seems like we've forgotten something. Didn't you notice that during the battle earlier, there seemed to be a huge battle erupting in other places? Everyone was stunned. Then, Zhang Tao's expression changed slightly. Dragon transformation. The battle between heavenly kings had made everyone forget that there was a huge battle erupting in the distance. It seemed like Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation was fighting someone earlier. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Could Dragon Transformation have been beaten to death? He did not forget on purpose. He really did not have time to care about you earlier. At this moment, in the void far away, a giant dragon covered the sky and earth. The giant dragon was incomparably huge. At this moment, the dragon's tail swung, piercing through the sky and earth. It roared, Ping you, I'll send you back today. There was a loud boom. The dragon's tail seemed to have pierced through something. In the next moment, heaven and earth shook and a dao collapsed. In the sky, the giant dragon was now riddled with wounds, but there were some changes. Soon, almost in the blink of an eye, the giant dragon roared, becoming louder and louder. Today, I'm Dragon Transformation, a heavenly king. Before Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation finished speaking, Fang Ping glanced at him, turned his head, and entered the space battlefield. Seeing this, the others followed one after another. As long as he was fine, then so be it. A heavenly king who had broken through 6. A heavenly king who had just broken through 6 was nothing now. Fighting heaven, who is much stronger than you, was just beaten to death previously. Not many people remembered him, even if he was beaten to death. Not bad, you're not dead yet. The human powerhouses entered the space battlefield one after another. In Spirit Emperor Dojo, the others had already fled in all directions. The few heavenly king powerhouses only glanced over at this moment. They did not look much, nor did they have time to look. They were all very busy. Snatch the 9 emperor seals, finally Zhu, and King General. This was what everyone was doing. A newly promoted heavenly king. If it was any other time, everyone would be amazed and shocked, but now was not the time. No one had time to care. Dragon Transformation was an ancient, venerable emperor. Although his advancement was a little surprising, it was just that. The giant golden dragon roared madly, its figure growing larger and larger. However, the entire Spirit Emperor Dojo seemed to be empty. At this moment, no one was paying attention. No one was discussing. In the sky, Dragon Transformation's giant dragon eyes looked a little dull. A heavenly king. A heavenly king. Even if it was an opponent, they should at least congratulate him, right? Even in ancient times, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors might have come to congratulate a heavenly king. But now, why is no one paying attention to me? Could it be that I am a fake heavenly king? Today, Dragon Transformation will prove my heavenly king realm. Rumble. There was a loud noise. The people who wanted to snatch the 9 emperor seals had made their move. A great battle had erupted. As for Dragon Transformation, why was this old dragon roaring? Was he bored? Tian Kuei, who was surrounded, also cursed. What the hell was Dragon Transformation doing? If it wasn't for the breakthrough of the Dragon Transformation and the space trembling, he would have torn the space apart and escaped from everyone's pursuit. In the sky, the giant golden dragon roared a second time. Still, no one paid attention to it. At this moment, Dragon Transformation began to doubt itself. Had it really become a heavenly king? Since ancient times, there should not be a heavenly king worse than it, right? There were people everywhere, but no one paid attention to it. In the next moment, Dragon Transformation returned to its human form. It floated in the sky, its expression changing constantly. Had it not? Chapter 12:15. Fang Ping did not care about how the others fought. The most important thing for him now was to find the Heavenly King's seal. Of course, before that, Fang Ping was still spending his wealth crazily. With more than 60 billion wealth, Fang Ping condensed a large amount of imperishable substance and origin energy. Old Zhang and the others were shocked when they saw this. They had never seen so much imperishable substance and origin energy. That's enough, Fang Ping. You don't have to give us any more. Almost everyone had a huge lump of imperishable substance and origin qi in their hands. More than 60 billion wealth points had been spent by Fang Ping directly this time. It was not safe yet. He still had 2 Heavenly King seals and 3 saint tokens, and he had yet to calculate his wealth. The saint tokens were worth about 15 billion wealth points. The Heavenly King seal was a demigod weapon. It might be worth more than twice as much as the saint tokens. It was not rare for one to be worth 30 billion. In that case, Fang Ping's wealth would reach more than 100 billion. However, he could not use the system at this moment. It was troublesome. Once a war broke out, Fang Ping would not be able to break into the enemy's origin. His combat strength would be greatly reduced. He could not accept this. Severing Tao origin was originally a skill used to observe the Tao. Now, Fang Ping had mastered it to the point where it was almost a killing move. Together with the god-slaying saber, he was truly invincible. Not only did he use up his original wealth points, Fang Ping threw the King Gen seal to old Zhang and smiled. Divide the spoils. You contributed the most to King General, this is for you. Zhang Tao looked at him in surprise. Then he looked at the confused crowd. Everyone was holding a large amount of origin energy and imperishable substance. He raised his eyebrows slightly and took it. He had been observing Fang Ping for a long time and had guessed some things. Now that Fang Ping suddenly gave him a Heavenly King seal, he could roughly guess some things. At this moment, Zhang Tao thought for a while and said telepathically, "Pay attention to that thing on you. Didn't the cat say that you might have stolen something from some places? You can ask the cat later. It might remember something. I know what I'm doing." Fang Ping said telepathically, "But now is not the time to care about this. Without this thing, would the humans be where they are now? Without it, we would have been completely annihilated today. So, there's no need to think about that now. There won't be any problems until the last moment." Zhang Tao guessed that Fang Ping had some kind of treasure on him. Fang Ping was not surprised. After he became famous, he did not hide it. If they had remained hidden, the human race would not be where it was today. They were not fools. Many of the powerhouses in the 3 realms had guessed that Fang Ping had treasures on him. Many people guessed that it was related to the immortal origin. Previously, when King Sun captured Fang Ping, he did not intend to let Fang Ping go. In fact, this was also related to this. He also wanted to conduct a thorough search after the matter was over, but unfortunately, before he could do so, he was killed by Fang Ping. Zhang Tao stopped talking about this and said, "Fang Ping, I'm afraid the Spirit Emperor Dojo won't be able to trap them anymore. They had already taken everything they wanted. Once the matter of the 9 Emperor seals came to an end, these people would leave. Even if we don't agree, they will force their way out. Even if we modify a god artifact, it won't be able to stop so many people." Fang Ping nodded. This place was about to completely disperse now. It was impossible to block it. The key was how the situation would develop after they got out. The 9 Emperor seals will come to an end soon. If that's the case, if we get out, we will be in the next few days. Fang Ping turned around and looked at the human powerhouses. He nodded heavily and said, "It's time to get out. If we don't, I'm afraid all the seniors will die." Fang Ping's expression was still a little heavy. Close to 30 desperation powerhouses had died. At this point, it was meaningless to trap these heavenly kings. Now that everyone was gathered together, the human race was the target of everyone. On the other hand, if they got out, there might be some changes. There were still many saints outside. Fang Ping was actually not too worried about the outside world. However, he had only been here for 3 days. Fang Ping also had a strange feeling. I thought I would stay here for at least a few months. Who would have thought that it would only be 3 days? So fast! Old Zhang, can you sense the Heavenly King's seal? At this moment, Fang Ping took out the 12 saint tokens and the King's Sin seal. They started vibrating the void. These weapons were all one, so they could more or less sense it. Zhang Tao also controlled the King Zhen seal and sensed it. The two of them quickly sensed the direction. As Fang Ping walked in the direction he sensed, he said in a low voice, "The rest of you stay here. Old Zhang, stop pretending to be dead. I'm afraid there's some danger ahead." Zhang Tao's expression changed slightly. Instantly his aura exploded and he floated down from Warlord's body. Warlord's face was dark. Old Zhang did not even look at him. "Can't I just recover?" "Danger? It's hard to say. It's a little threatening." Fang Ping was not sure if his wealth did not increase because the threat from Heavenly King Zhen and the others had not been resolved, or if there was a problem here. However, at this moment, his wealth did not increase. This meant that there was still danger. "The rest of you, wait at the border. Don't act rashly." Zhang Tao made some arrangements and sent the others away. He exchanged glances with Fang Ping and quickly walked in the direction he sensed. Actually, the two of them had already guessed something. At this time, the only thing that could threaten them was probably the owner of this battlefield. Today's battle was so intense. If the owner of this place was really going to wake up, no matter how deep his slumber was, he should have woken up by now. Heavenly King Zhen and the others did not care about this side. Perhaps they had guessed something or found out something, so they did not stay here for long. After flying for a while, Fang Ping and the others soon arrived at an extremely dark area. The space battlefield was huge. No one knew where the resurrected person's origin core was. However, when Fang Ping and Old Zhang arrived here, they had a vague feeling that the other party's origin core might be here. King Qian's seal is here. Fang Ping looked at the void in front of him. He did not see King Qian's seal, but he could sense it. King Qian's seal was here. The reason why King Qian could not sense the Heavenly King's seal might not only be because of Heavenly King Zhen, but also because of this place. Fang Ping raised his hand and was about to strike the void when Zhang Tao pressed on his shoulder and said, "I wonder which senior resides here. I am Zhang Tao of the human clan. The Sky Garrison King, Li Zhen, is a good friend of mine." Fang Ping glanced at him. "Your good friend? How dare you say that?" Zhang Tao ignored him. "I haven't even settled the score with you for calling me Brother Zhang." King Qian's seal was obtained by Heavenly King Zhen after he defeated King Qian. "If Senior picks it up, can you?" Zhang Tao was halfway through a sentence when the void fluctuated slightly. In the next moment, light appeared in the darkness. A small opening was torn in the dark void. It was not darkness inside the small opening. Instead, it was as if the night had been torn apart, revealing light. There was light. King Qian's seal. Li Zhen. Zhang Tao. A voice that had gone through the vicissitudes of life was heard. It sounded a little emotional, a little lost, and an indescribable sigh. In the next moment, an old man with a tall and straight figure walked out of the torn opening, fiddling with the Heavenly King's seal in his hands. The old man moved very slowly. His snow-white hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He tossed the Heavenly King's seal around casually, looking at Zhang Tao and Fang Ping. "Human race? Human martial artist?" "Yes." Zhang Tao looked respectful, but he quickly sent a voice transmission to Fang Ping. "The golden body hasn't recovered yet. This body of origin looks real and is much stronger than me. It's at least broken 7, maybe even broken 8. What the other party walked out was a body of origin. At their level, without a golden body, their strength might decline, but they were still extremely powerful. The space battlefield was even considered his territory. The other party would be stronger. Fang Ping did not say anything. He had expected this. At this moment, the god-slaying saber was constantly integrating the origin chi. Fang Ping was already prepared to fight. So what if it was broken 8? He had just been revived and did not even have a golden body. Only his body of origin existed. After so many years, he did not even have time to recover. How strong could he be? After all, this was resurrection. Actually, Heavenly Hound and Stonehenge were not completely dead. After resurrection, they even absorbed a large amount of energy to recover some of their strength. It was difficult for resurrected martial artists to reach their peak in an instant. The moment Zhang Tao sent the voice transmission, the old man raised his head and looked at Zhang Tao. His deep eyes revealed a faint smile. "You are this generation's king." Yes, Zhang Tao did not deny it. If the other party said so, then so be it. As for Fang Ping, it was best if the other party ignored him. The old man did not ignore Fang Ping. Very quickly, he looked at Fang Ping. After a while, he frowned slightly and said softly, "Interesting. The Tao seems a little unstable. You refined someone else's Tao?" Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. He had concealed his aura, but the other party could still sense something. Obviously, in this source battlefield, the other party might be able to sense some of the situation of the origin. "Yes. May I ask, Senior, are you a weapon master or?" Fang Ping asked. This person was very likely to be a weapon master. However, he and Zhang Tao did not know a weapon master, so they really could not recognize him. The old man did not answer. He slowly tossed the King Qian seal and said softly, "This seal, the Heavenly King's seal. The first of the 8 kings, the King Qian seal. The 9 emperors bestowed it, the Heavenly Court's orthodox, wielding the Heavenly Court's divine weapon. This seal cannot be given to humans." Fang Ping's expression was cold. Zhang Tao was still smiling. He said, "Senior, the Heavenly Court was destroyed long ago. It's gone now. This Heavenly King's seal is just a weapon now. It has no special meaning. Why would the Heavenly Court be destroyed?" The old man said softly, "The 3 envoys are still here, the 8 kings are still alive, and the 36 saints are not dead yet. If that's the case, the only orthodox in the 3 realms is the Heavenly Court. You still have 2 Heavenly King seals and many saint badges." The old man looked at the 2 of them. Fang Ping smiled. He said, "Senior, you mean you want us to give these to you?" The old man said softly, "Not to me. The Heavenly King seal and saint badges are official positions given by the Heavenly Court, used to suppress the rivers and mountains. No matter where you got them from, you can't take them. Even Li Zhen can't take them easily." The old man looked serious. Fang Ping's gaze changed. Heavenly King suppressing said that weapon masters were a little stubborn, even foolishly loyal. These Heavenly King seals and saint badges were actually the Heavenly Court's tiger seal. If the old man was really a weapon master, then in his eyes Fang Ping and the others who took these were no different from rebels. But could Fang Ping not take them? They risked the annihilation of all human powerhouses to fight this battle. A few Heavenly Kings died. Even the demon emperors lost their lives. Even Heavenly King suppressing, who had broken 8, took action. Did he listen to this old man's preaching? Fang Ping bared his teeth and smiled. "Senior, what do you mean? We can't take these things away." The old man said calmly, "I'll keep them for now. I'll send them to the Heavenly Court." Or, the old man paused, then said, "Then the Heavenly Court will confer titles. Both of you are not weak. Some of the 8 kings have fallen. If they confer titles again, maybe you can also be conferred the title of Heavenly King. When that time comes, the Heavenly King's seal will be in your hands." Fang Ping smiled. "Senior, but the Heavenly Court is gone. 8,000 years ago, the heavenly realm fell into the sea of bitterness with a rumble and disappeared. Senior, didn't you sense it? The Spirit Emperor's dojo is outside. The Spirit Emperor is gone. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors have not appeared for 8,000 years. who will confer titles. When the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors return, how long will it take? I don't know. Are the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors really not dead? They won't die. The old man answered solemnly, as if he was a little dissatisfied with Fang Ping's question. Fang Ping exhaled, looked at old Zhang, and said with a smile, "It seems like this senior wants us to hand over these things? We killed a few heavenly kings and a large number of saints before we got these. Right now, this senior who has just awakened, probably not fully awake yet, wants treasures as soon as he opens his mouth." The old man frowned. Fang Ping changed his tone and sighed. Forget it. Senior, since you want them, then we're not your match. We'll just give them to you." The old man was a little surprised. Hearing Fang Ping's words, Zhang Tao's eyebrows twitched. He said, "All right." As the two of them spoke, Fang Ping held the 12 Saint tokens and a heavenly king seal in his hands and walked towards the old man. He sighed. "Senior, as long as you don't hand them over to our enemies, then we'll let you keep these things." Before he finished his sentence, a heavenly king seal and 12 saint tokens came crashing down. On the other side, Zhang Tao also held a king gen seal and smashed it down with a rumble. Even the void was shaken by the impact. 2 heavenly king seals and 12 saint tokens, together with 2 top-notch powerhouses, attacked a powerhouse who had yet to completely awaken. "You guys," the old man frowned. Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Ping took out the god-slaying saber and slashed at him. The other party was an origin body. There was no need for him to break into the origin. This powerhouse who had yet to completely awaken was obviously not a match for the 2 of them, who had gone all out and had so many powerful weapons. Seeing the weapons coming at him, the old man frowned. In the next moment, he suddenly retreated and entered the crack that was torn open. In the blink of an eye, he retreated into the crack, and the crack was about to close. These awakened experts, before the space battlefield had turned into the origin, were also somewhat special. In this place, no one knew where they were hiding. If they did not reveal their origin, it would be difficult to kill them. Fang Ping did not care about this. Seeing that the other party was about to enter the crack, he let out a low roar. Suddenly, a gust of origin energy exploded, and a ball of origin energy was thrown out by him. With a rumble, the crack that was about to close was blasted open again. In this place, physical attacks did not seem to have much effect. However, since it was related to the origin, the lethality of origin energy was still very high. "Blast you to death, you old fart. F***CK, this is the treasure that I have painstakingly obtained, and you want to snatch it away just like that." Fang Ping cursed and started throwing the ball of origin energy crazily. At this moment, the old man had already disappeared. However, a voice came over and said in a low voice, "This old man is not snatching the treasure." The heavenly king seal and saint token were bestowed by the 9 emperors of the heavenly court. They are not ordinary items. Blast you to death, you old fart. Rumble. Fang Ping and the others did not dare to enter the crack recklessly. At this moment, they were going to blast him. Fang Ping controlled the god-slaying saber and slashed down again and again, causing the entire space to shake. Zhang Tao also unleashed his origin, bombarding the crack madly, bombarding it to death. Inside, the old man's voice sounded a little aggrieved. "This old man is the weapon master of the 3 realms. The heavenly king seal and saint token are army commanding seals. They are not ordinary weapons. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the Qian King seal, or I will kill you today." Fang Ping shouted angrily. Zhang Tao also gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't Li Zhen say that you are on good terms with him? Old fart, how dare you rob us? It doesn't matter if you are on good terms. I will kill you, you old fart." "You guys, this old man and Li Zhen are indeed on good terms. We were also best friends in the past, but this seal your ass." Fang Ping opened his mouth and scolded. "You're on good terms, and yet you want to rob us? You're a weapon master. You're more like a bandit. More like a bandit. Back then, Was the heavenly court controlled by this group of people? No wonder each generation is worse than the last. If you're so capable, you can rob us yourself. We killed a few heavenly kings to get it. You want to sit back and reap the benefits? Dream on. That's not what I meant. This is a gift from the emperor, Fang Ping interrupted. What gift? It's mine now that it's in my hands. I can even say that I'm the emperor. Stop talking nonsense and hand it over. Let me tell you, I'm the boss that Heavenly Battle Emperor and the others have acknowledged. They have to listen to me too. The Azure Cat is living in my house now. It has to listen to me too. If it listens to me, then Spirit Emperor has to listen to me too. Based on this, half of the Heavenly Court is mine. Half of the Heavenly Court is mine. So all these things are mine, including you. Why are you pretending to be a loyal subject? If that's the case, then I order you to come out and chop me a few hundred times. Old Zhang looked at him in surprise. You're good. I even took what you said seriously. The Heavenly Court is yours. The two of them were not under much pressure. The weapon master probably had not recovered too much strength. He did not dare to come out and did not retaliate. Of course, he did not speak now either, as if he did not know how to refute Fang Ping's words. He met Fang Ping as soon as he recovered. Obviously, he could not gain any advantage in words. Why? Not pretending to be a loyal subject anymore. Hurry up and hand over the Qian King seal. Otherwise, I'll burn you alive today. Origin flame, burn for me. Fang Ping growled. In the void, the origin chi began to burn. In the crack, the old man's voice came again. He sighed. Both of you, please stop for now. I've just regained consciousness. There are some things I'm not clear about. You think you can rob us just because you're not clear? Fang Ping shouted. Hong Kuan and Hong Yu joined forces to kill his father, Earthly Emperor. Do you want to kill them to avenge Earthly Emperor? Li Zhu killed his master, the Palm Seal Master. He's not dead yet. Instead, he's suppressed in the origin. Do you want to kill Li Zhu? Hong Yu and the others joined forces to build a new heavenly court and appointed new 3 emissaries and 8 kings. Do you want to kill them? Yes, you're not a weapon master anymore. The current weapon master is Sky Sword. Since you're so loyal, are these people considered traitors? If they're not traitors, that means the heavenly court is gone. It's a new heavenly court now. You're not a weapon master. Who are you to meddle in other people's business? Are you a weapon master? If you are, then you have to prove that you're the legitimate one. The new heavenly court is still here. Who the F***CK knows if you're the legitimate one? If you destroy the new heavenly court, I'll admit that you're the legitimate one. If you want the Heavenly King's seal, I'll give it to you. The point is, are you? Fang Ping said disdainfully. If you want the treasure, just say it. Stop pretending. In the crack, the old man was speechless for a long time. After a while, he said sorrowfully, the new heavenly court. King Qian and the others didn't stop them? What a joke. They built it themselves. Why would they stop them? They appointed the 3 emissaries and 8 kings, of course. Hong Yu named himself the Demon Emperor. He's starting to call himself the Emperor. Fang Ping humphed. Tell me, where did you get the right to take our things? Don't think that you can rob us just because you've just revived. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Loyal subject. What a joke. You didn't destroy the new heavenly court. I'll treat you like a fart. Do you think you're qualified to rob us? Zhang Tao looked at him again and raised his brows. According to Heavenly King Jin, a weapon master was really a loyal subject. During the later stages of the war, he might have joined the war alone. With Fang Ping's actions, would the other party really go against the new heavenly court? The weapon master did not speak. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, he said slowly, there is indeed a new heavenly court. Someone wants to inherit the position of weapon master. However, the Heavenly King's seal and the 9 Emperors' seal have not been assembled yet. Oh, the 9 Emperors' seal is just outside. Hong Yu and Hong Kuin went to snatch it. Once they get it, it'll probably be official. After all, with the 9 Emperors seal, it'll be official. The 9 Emperors seal has appeared. Nonsense. Old Cat took it. He was going to give it to me. I didn't want to take over this mess. I just wanted to hand it over to the 4 Emperors' reincarnations. Who knew that those fellows would be so shameless and snatch the 9 Emperors' seal? Fong Ping cursed. Old Cat said that when Spirit Emperor and the others disappeared, they said that the 9 Emperors' seal should be given to the Fated One. It insisted that I'm the Fated One. It even asked me to rebuild the Heavenly Court. Do I have the time? Don't say if I rebuild it, would you be my slave now? He's my subordinate now. What you're doing is rebelling against your master. You're the one who's a traitor. You even conferred us the title of Heavenly King. I've already removed you from your position as Divine Weapon Master, and you're still trying to act righteous? Who's the traitor here? You are. The look in Zhang Tao's eyes became even stranger. Are you trying to fool people with all these things you're talking about? The old cat asked you to rebuild the Heavenly Court? That cat might not even know what was going on. The 9 Emperor seals had been casually thrown away, and yet you didn't want them? Do you have any shame? At this moment, the Weapon Master fell silent once more. After a while, he said in a slightly gloomy tone, "Why would the 9 Emperors let the Azure Cat choose someone to rebuild the Celestial Court?" Nonsense. The other 8 Emperors have all disappeared. Ling Huang was the last one to disappear, and the gray cat just happened to be there. With the temper of Ling Huang, what's wrong with letting the gray cat choose someone? Whatever the ash cat liked, the Spirit Emperor would like. Wasn't the Spirit Emperor the master of the Heavenly Court? Could it be that you are? Or do you think that Spirit Emperor is just a fart and that his words are useless? With that, the Divine Weapon Master suddenly believed him. How sorrowful! Yes, if Spirit Emperor had been there in the end, then when he saw the gray cat, asking it to choose someone was really possible. It's up to you to believe it or not. You can go out and ask around. Who doesn't know that I, Fong Ping, and the gray cat have a good relationship, although it doesn't wear pants? If you don't believe me, I can ask around for you. Having said that, Fong Ping's mentality fluctuated, and he suddenly roared, "Hong Kuin, you old bastard! You dare to kill the gray cat. That means you killed me, Fong Ping. Offending the gray cat means offending me, Fong Ping. Hurry up and King, let the gray cat go." His voice kept spreading further and further. After an unknown amount of time, an angry voice was heard. "Fong Ping, don't go too far. I didn't even touch the gray cat at all. Don't give me that. You wanted to kill the gray cat for a long time. Killing the gray cat is equivalent to killing me. I'm not done with you." Humph! King Kuin's angry voice came again. Fong Ping directly shattered the aftermath of his mentality and sneered. "Did you hear that? Hong Kuin, you old bastard. Even he doesn't dare to say that I'm not in cahoots with the gray cat, and you're still playing this game with me. Hurry up, hand over the Qian King seal, or else I'll burn you to death today." Behind the rift, the old man's face was full of sorrow. Could it be that Spirit Emperor had finally let the gray cat choose? If that was the case, sigh. The old man suddenly sighed endlessly. The world had changed. His slumber seemed to have lasted for thousands of years. Now that things had come to this, what was there to talk about being orthodox? If they were talking about orthodox, could it be that this vulgar person outside was the orthodox one? Then the Weapon Master did not dare to think about it anymore. Orthodox. He was chosen by the gray cat, which meant that he was chosen by Spirit Emperor. Should he admit it or not? The next moment, the old man suddenly threw out the Qian King seal and said quickly, "I'm not a Weapon Master. I've just awakened, so my memory is a little messed up. Sorry for the offense." Having said that, while Fong Ping was holding the Qian King seal, he sealed the rift with a whoosh. In an instant, the space battlefield was silent. Fong Ping was stunned. What was this? Was he autistic? Old Zhang also looked at him, then gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. This brat Fong Ping seemed to have made the weapon master, who was just about to awaken, autistic. Now he did not even admit his identity, and directly hid in some unknown space, not coming out. This was really amazing. Old Zhang was also impressed. Suddenly he felt that he could not speak as well as this brat, and felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Fong Ping did not come. He felt that he was quite good at talking. Fong Ping pursed his lips. Let him off this time. Seeing that he's just awakened and doesn't know anything, I won't argue with him this time. Old Zhang, this Qian King seal is also a gift to you. Let's go, ignore this old thing. Let's go and annihilate those enemies who betrayed the heavenly court. Zhang Tao could not help but laugh. He kept the Qian King seal and quickly retreated with Fong Ping. At this juncture, with the Qian King seal in hand, there was no need to be enemies with this newly awakened weapon master. This guy was either broken 7 or 8 times. Still very difficult to deal with. Fong Ping and Old Zhang attacked for a long time, but could not break the rift. It was really difficult to judge the other party's current strength. After the two of them left, the rift opened again. The old man walked out of the rift, his face full of confusion. What was this? Did this old man still call himself a weapon master? Was he going to be a weapon master for such a vulgar person? But King Kuin and the others actually established the new heavenly court. This was also nonsense. Sigh. A sigh dissipated beside the old man. The old man stopped thinking about it, shaking his head. Forget it. He would condense a golden body first. He would think about these things after he had completely awakened. Chapter 12:16. Kid, you're pretty good at bluffing. The two walked out of the space battlefield. Old Zhang sighed. Fong Ping looked surprised. Bluff? Did I lie? Of course, I made some reasonable guesses. For example, Hong Yu and Hong Kuin killed the Emperor of Earth. But I didn't lie about the rest. How is it a lie? The corner of old Zhang's mouth twitched. Old Cat gave you the 9 Emperor seal. Fong Ping was speechless. What's wrong with this? It's just that I don't want it. If I want it, with my relationship with Ashkat, I can get it whenever I want. Is this fake? Having said that, Fong Ping's heart stirred slightly. He opened his mouth and said, Say, Old Cat is here. I'll talk to Old Cat for a while. You guys heal your wounds first. It should be safe now. Once the 9 Emperor Seals matter is over, we'll prepare to leave. The next moment, Fong Ping entered his own source world. At this moment, his source world was very complicated. A small circular plane with a diameter of more than 200 meters. Other Grand Daos extended outwards horizontally. His Grand Dao pierced straight into the ground, akin to an electric pole. It could not be helped. Fong Ping realized that it was difficult to connect the great Dao around him now. He could only cut in like this, for chubby babies were sitting by a small lake and seemed to be crying. In any case, the 4 fat babies were quite sad. This master was so abnormal. That crystal-like thing had been broken too many times. Even when they spat out all their saliva, it was useless. At this moment, the 4 fat babies could only sit by the lake and absorb the origin water to replenish themselves. At this moment, the plum blossom seal appeared in the air again. In the end, the cat still found Fong Ping. Fong Ping let out a low growl. A crack appeared in the sky. In the next moment, the green cat did not fly down. Instead, it slid down along the 10,000-meter-long pillar, which was Emperor's Way. The big cat's eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise. Was that even possible? He could even plant a great Dao. Why does the Dao of swindlers feel like planting trees? It used to plant fish-headed demons in the same way. Liar, how did you grow this great Dao? The cat looked curious. I want to plant it too. It was too tiring to open the path himself. Although it had been sleeping, eating, and rolling around to clear the way for the past few days, it was still tiring. If it could be planted directly, it wouldn't be so tiring. Fong Ping was speechless. Planted? Why did you see that I had planted a great Tao? Although it was a little similar. Fong Ping could not be bothered to continue the conversation. He looked at Fat Cat and frowned slightly. Have you lost some weight? The cat looked aggrieved. Of course I've become thinner. This was also its origin body. Origin body was related to origin chi. Recently it had been opening the path, so how could it not be thin? The kitten muttered a few words, and with a sweep of its tail, it slapped away a few fat babies that flew over. These fat babies were very annoying, and they actually wanted to grab its tail. The old cat slapped the chubby baby away and ate a mouthful of the energy source that Fong Ping had stored beside him. Only then did it ask curiously, That path of yours, is it broken? Yes, I gave it to old Zhang. Oh. The cat did not mind. So be it if he gave it away. However, when he looked at Fong Ping's mini world again, he suddenly felt a little sad. It was so big. It was even bigger than last time. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, yet he was still so young. Yet this swindler was already so big. Little Sword is dead, the green cat suddenly said. Fong Ping glanced at it and said softly, It's dead. Before it dies, it's considered to have helped mankind once. I didn't see how he died. I sensed it. The cat lay on the ground. As it ate Fong Ping's energy source, it muttered. He slashed that Fong Yijian. He's so strong, so strong. He even opened up a path for that big bad Gong Yuzi. Little Sword is so stupid. After saying that, it muttered again, but Little Sword is back. That year, he left and he never came back. Today, he came back again. Fong Ping looked at the muttering cat, rubbed its big head and comforted it. Don't think about these things. Once you awaken, you'll forget everything. This Fong fellow, I'll kill him sooner or later. Unquestionable Jian wanted to take revenge, but he didn't manage to do it. Then I'll help him take revenge. The cat whispered and quickly said, I'm here to tell you that a lot of bad people have come out. Bad people who are new to martial arts. Many years ago they were about to kill the cat, and now they're out again. The cat muttered, Swindler, I'm leaving. Leaving? Yes, the cat muttered. I'm going to the Celestial Cemetery to look for Big Dog and the Cat Guard Captain. There are a lot of bad people. I can't beat them. Let Big Dog and the rest beat them up. Fong Ping snorted softly. Why are you leaving? Crossing the Forbidden Sea now. Are you waiting to be slaughtered and turned into cat meat? Since the new martial artists have come out, they'll definitely keep an eye on you. Do you think you can leave so easily? Also, Big Dog and the Cat Guard Captain went there, but they didn't bring you along. There will definitely be danger. If even they feel that it's dangerous, do you think you can help? Tell me, what kind of danger is there in the Celestial Cemetery? The cat lifted its head, looked at him for a while, lowered its big head, and muttered, There are some big bad people. Big bad people who are locked there. New martial artists? Yes. Can't the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors kill them? I don't know. Back then, I didn't stay for long before I left. But there are a lot of opportunities there. A lot of people's things left there. And the Celestial Court is there too, the cat said dejectedly. Big Dog and the rest must have gone there to fight. Fong Ping exhaled and asked, What's the situation with the humans now? That old man Li is preparing to kill that big bad new martial artist. How many people are there on the other side? What's his strength? I don't know. I think he's a saint. You don't know anything. You went to sleep? The cat looked innocent. Yes, you even know that? When Fong Ping saw its expression, he was speechless. This cat's way of speaking was just like that. The things it knew were all bits and pieces. It did not have any complete information. Old man, Li is going to deal with the saint. Fong Ping frowned. This was a little troublesome. I'll go back soon, Fong Ping said, and then said, When you go back, keep your sky gong. Don't keep the sky confinement bell. I'll use it for a while. It's not bad for trapping people. Right? Has your vitality gone through a qualitative change? Ah, the cat was confused. Fong Ping glanced at it, raised his eyebrows, and said, How big is that cat world of yours now? I don't know. Fong Ping rubbed the cat's head madly. You only know how to eat and wait for death. You don't even know how big your source world is. Fong Ping was speechless and said gloomily, It's the longest place. How long is it? A fish demon is 3 meters long. How many fish demons can you connect horizontally on your side? More than 300. Be more specific. 330. The cat's expression was serious because it had placed it before, eating from one end to the other. 990 meters. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. When this cat reached 1,000 meters, would its vitality go through a qualitative change? Once it went through a qualitative change, it would be terrifying. He had almost forgotten that this cat was actually not in a desperate situation. Unlike Fong Ping, who had gone more than 1,000 meters on the Great Path previously, the cat did not. Its original vitality was more than 5 million. Once it went through a qualitative change, it would at least be more than 7 million. No, there would be additional increments at the peak. When that time came, the cat's base might exceed 8 million calories. No, covering 1,000 meters, there might be another increment. Fong Ping looked at this cat with a strange gaze. Once this fellow reached 1,000 meters, its base might exceed 10 million calories. It was an existence that broke 7, and the gap did not seem to be big. Thinking of this, Fong Ping suddenly reached out and pried open the cat's mouth. The cat opened its mouth, looking at him, its face full of curiosity. What was he doing? Fong Ping did not care about it. He picked up the origin energy ball beside him and stuffed it into its mouth, one ball after another. Go back by yourself. Expand the cat world as soon as possible. I don't expect you to help me kill people. At least have some ability to protect yourself. Don't run around all day long. Right now, the 3 realms are not safe either. As Fong Ping said that, he added, there are many people who want to kill you. Be careful. Previously, those saints couldn't do anything to you, but now, the ones who came out are not saints. Having said that, Fong Ping added, your cat world is not small. If something really goes wrong and you encounter an emergency, eat a group of people, swallow them into the cat world, bring them away, and leave Earth. As Fong Ping said that, he added, I will leave as soon as possible and rush back. But I have a problem here too. If I go out now, I might not be able to intimidate others. At least those beginner martial artists won't believe in heresy. Fong Ping looked at his own great path, the borrowed emperor's path, frowning. This external path is a little unstable. I must repair it as soon as possible and continue to expand the small world. It should take some time. Ask Old Man Li not to rush. Drag it out as long as you can. The cat's mouth was full of origin energy. It said vaguely, but he seems to have left. I can't find his source world. Fong Ping was stunned, a little speechless. There was such a thing? Soon, Fong Ping said, then go out as soon as possible. You'd better not run around. You're the beginner martial artist's target. Don't give me trouble. Be good. Eat, sleep, sleep. Before he could finish a sentence, Fong Ping lifted the old man's cat and kicked it in the buttocks. This feeling. He fell in love. Awesome. This fat cat's butt was soft. It felt especially meaty when kicked, even if it was the source body. Fong Ping wanted to try kicking this cat's body now. The cat flew out of the source world with a whoosh. It was used to it. Habits were scary. It had been kicked by Fong Ping several times. It was not the first time. There was no need to make a fuss. In the next moment, the cat flew out of sight. Fong Ping stood in the source world, his gaze changing for a while. Old Man Li was going to get into trouble. Saint. How could he have the ability to deal with a saint? Even if he had the ability, could it be that there was only one saint in the beginner martial lineage? With this strength, he dared to kill the cat. Was he courting death? I have to go back as soon as possible. In the next moment, Fong Ping exited the source world. He was going to refine the Heavenly King Seal. At this moment, Fong Ping's wealth had reached as high as 75 billion. 3 saint tokens and 1 Heavenly King Seal had increased his wealth by 75 billion. It was similar to his estimation. The saint tokens were 15 billion, and the heavenly king seal was 30 billion. There were still 2 heavenly king seals on old Zhang's side. Fang Ping did not say much. He quickly spent 55 billion wealth, once again condensing countless origin qi and imperishable substance. On this day, the origin qi and imperishable substance he condensed had exceeded 100 billion points. In the outside world, Fang Ping had spent a lot of wealth. Then, under Zhang Tao's furious gaze, he forcefully snatched the 2 heavenly king seals from his hands. "They're mine." Fang Ping did not care about him. He was afraid that something would go wrong if he went straight to 100 billion just now. That was why he gave them to old Zhang. Now his remaining wealth was only 20 billion points. Even with the 2 heavenly king seals, it was only 80 billion points. There was no need to give them to old Zhang anymore. He needed to strengthen himself. Zhang Tao was speechless. Seeing that he had snatched the heavenly king seals, he asked, "You want to refine them?" "Uh-huh." As Fang Ping said that, he added, "Don't idle around. There's still a few saint tokens outside. Heavenly Emperor Wia has one. Dragon Transformation should have one too. It belongs to Pingyu. Also, Pope Earth still has one. Sky Chief, including the 4 great saints, and himself, there were originally 5. I only seized one, and there are still 4. At present, I only know of these 7 saint tokens. It's not easy to get Sky Chief. You have to help me get Heavenly Emperor Wuya and Dragon transformations. Wuyas can be exchanged with Origin Qi or imperishable substance. As for Pope Earth, get rid of him when you get the chance. There's also Celestial Plant and Destiny. It's hard to say if they don't have it. These 2 unified the catacombs back then. They might not have it." Zhang Tao nodded. He was still a little worried. "Then your side, I'm fine. Who dares to attack me now?" Fang Ping smiled. "Senior Warlord and the rest are here. You can join forces with Dragon Transformation. He's a heavenly king. If you guys join forces, it'll be more efficient. As for Sky Chief, don't just watch them snatch it. We don't have the 9 Emperor Seals for now, but fight to get the Saint tokens back. I don't need to teach you how to force them to hand them over, right?" Old Zhang sighed and patted Fang Ping. He really wanted to beat him up. This kid was really arrogant now. He was starting to teach him like a child. "When I was fooling around in the catacombs, you weren't even born yet." Fang Ping was patted for a while, but he looked indifferent. "Without Origin Qi, is your foundation stronger than mine? You still patted me. Do you think it's still the same time? Look, is it you or me who's suffering? Do you think you're stronger than me because you've really achieved Heavenly King?" Old Zhang patted him for a while. His palms rumbled. He was a little helpless. He scolded in a low voice, "Don't be too arrogant. I'm still behind the times. In any case, I'm someone who's about to break 7. Do you really think I'm behind the times? That's because I helped you. I gave you the Tao that I didn't want." Old Zhang almost choked and rolled his eyes. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him anymore. He quickly took to the air and left. He did not want to talk to Fang Ping anymore. He was tired. On the other side, Warlord coughed dryly. "Kid, do you still have the Tao that you don't want? Give me some." "Yes, do you want it? Is it strong?" "Yes, it is. The Tao of Breaking 8 is with King Feng and King Kuan. If there's a chance in the future, I'll give it to you." Warlord wanted to curse. After a while, he said, "Get lost. It's time to go into closed-door cultivation. We'll keep an eye on this side." Fang Ping laughed. He took out Combat Heavenly Palace and entered it. He began to refine these 3 Saint tokens and Heavenly King seals in closed-door cultivation. This time, he had obtained 3 Heavenly King seals. Fang Ping felt that the effect would definitely not be bad. Perhaps he could recover a lot of combat strength without using Emperor's Path. Wealth. 80 billion points vitality. 1,800,000 calories. 1,900,000 calories per 1,800,000 calories. Mentality. 18,999 Hertz, 20,000 Hertz per 18,999 Hertz, Origin Tao, plus 210% Outer Tao, Origin World, 220 meters Combat Techniques, God-slaying Saber Techniques, plus 9%, Combat Techniques Combination Deduction, 1,000,000 points / Time Strength Control, 85% Ultimate Outburst, 515-1850 cal /606110 though cal. The Origin Tao's amplification was 220% before, but now it had dropped by 10%. Fang Ping was speechless. This meant that the new Tao, he continued, was not as good as the previous one. Moreover, it seemed to be decreasing continuously. Perhaps it was because the Tao was somewhat broken. The golden body had not recovered to its previous peak state. Fang Ping's current outburst was actually somewhat affected. It was not as strong as the previous outburst, and it was not as strong as the data indicated. Repair the golden body, repair mentality, refine the Saint Token and Heavenly King Seal. Fang Ping had a plan and began to work quickly. While Fang Ping was in closed-door cultivation, Heavenly King Zhen gave up on looking for those two fellows. They did not know where they were hiding now. It was very difficult to find them alone. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen had already arrived at Tian Chief and the rest. Now, Heavenly King Zhen was trembling. He crossed his arms and stood at a distance, watching the show with a playful look on his face. I won't snatch the 9 Emperor Seals. I won't snatch it. A powerhouse like him was watching the show. That was really full of deterrence. It was fine if he did not snatch it. King Kuin and King Qian wanted to snatch it, but every time they attacked, they were stopped by him. If he did not snatch it, Heavenly King Zhen would have more scruples when he attacked. Tian Chief joined forces with the 4 saints. Their combat strength had also soared. It was difficult for the Heavenly Kings to take him down in a short time. The situation was getting more complicated. The humans had been passive before. Now the tables had turned, especially when Zhang Tao and Dragon Form came together. The situation was even more complicated. Heavenly King Zhen, Zhang Tao, and Dragon Form were on the same side. Heavenly King Zhen, Zhang Tao, and Dragon Form were on the same side. Heavenly King Zhen had simply disappeared. No one knew where he had gone to hide. While Sea Guardian attacked Heavenly King's side, Moon Spirit and Hongyu watched the show from the side. Luan did not attack either. Now he seemed to be weighing who was better to snatch. He was also watching from the side. After all, the humans were the strongest. When Zhang Tao arrived, he could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He went straight to the point. Whoever wants the 9 Emperor Seals can take it. The humans will not fight for it. But I still lack some weapons to protect myself. Tian Chief, now that you have the 9 Emperor Seals, hand over your Saint Token. Otherwise, we will harm you. On the other side, Tian Chief, who was fighting with Sea Guardian, had an ugly expression. He growled, "You were the one who threw the 9 Emperor Seals to me. Then you can throw it out. It's the same even if you throw it out. I still want to get the Saint Token from you. When the time comes, it won't be just one." King Kuin and the others frowned. King Kuin suddenly said, "You snatched the Saint Tokens for Fang Ping, right?" Fang Ping broke his own Tao, but still has the combat strength to break 6. I'm afraid it has a lot to do with this. He was not stupid. Fang Ping had snatched a total of 12 Saint Tokens. When he pressured King Zhen, he only wanted the Heavenly King Seals. These things would probably be of great help to him. Zhang Tao ignored him. Seeing that he still wanted to speak, he could not help but scold. "Who are you to question? Oldly, if this fellow dares to talk nonsense, I'll burn my golden body and kill him." Heavenly King Zhen, King Kuin, Zhang Tao's words were easy to say. Did he think he was killing a chicken just because he said he would? Tian Kuei, Dragon Change, and I have nothing to do here. Tian Kuei's expression kept changing. On the other side, Luan suddenly said, "Yes, I have nothing to do too. If you don't want me to interfere." hand over one thigh each. As for the 9 emperors' seal, he knew he could not get it. He did not want it either. It was not suitable for him. However, a group of heavenly kings' thighs might be able to forge a decent weapon. As soon as he said that, even Zhang Tao's mouth twitched. Where did this maniac come from? Was he crazy? Hand over one thigh each? What was he thinking? These people were still pressuring each other. Far away, Hong Yu stood in the void with the 2 kings. He did not say a word. He looked over there, as if he was not going to interfere. The 2 kings followed behind him, looking respectful. Since they had already been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Hong Yu watched for a while, then suddenly said, "The 2 of you are just 1 step away from becoming heavenly kings. Back then, when you ruled the land, I helped you a lot. You have the image of the Earth King. This time when you return and enter the heavenly court, you will rule the land again. This is your opportunity to prove your Tao." The reason why he protected the 2 kings was because they were of great help to him. Soon, they would become heavenly kings. Yes. The 2 of them replied respectfully. Soon, Tianming said in a low voice. Emperor Hong Yu raised his hand. "Call me Ju Dao." "Yes, Lord Ju Dao." Tianming did not refute. He said in a low voice, "Lord, this time the heavenly court will definitely become the target of public criticism. The Sea Guardian and the others will not let this go. It's fine." Hong Yu said softly, "The Sea Guardian, he has lived for so many years. He will not act recklessly. The 2 of you are heavenly kings. He will not act recklessly. As for Hong Kuan, I will talk to him and ask him not to cause trouble. As for the humans, they will not attack first." Since the 2 kings had proven their Tao, he had 3 heavenly kings and 9 sages on his side. He was also an overlord. No one would dare to act recklessly. Hong Yu thought for a moment and said, "Li Zhu can be roped into the heavenly court." By then the heavenly court, the humans, and the other heavenly kings, King Kuan and King Qian, might also form another faction. 3 major factions would form the next 3 realms. They would also represent the 3 realms. King Qian, King Kuan, and the Sea Guardian might represent the heavenly realm. The new heavenly court would represent the earth realm and the human realm. Hong Yu calculated for a while and suddenly looked at Moon Spirit. Moon Spirit had not made a move. She was no longer as crazy as before and looked down on everyone. The current Moon Spirit did not seem to have any presence. Even towards him, she was extremely cold and did not go near him. Hong Yu frowned slightly but did not say anything. On the other side, Moon Spirit did not look at him either. She looked for a while and suddenly retreated, disappearing without a trace. Hong Yu stared in the direction where she disappeared for a while and frowned again. Did Moon Spirit successfully forge her jade bones? He was not sure, but he knew that Moon Spirit had been forging her jade bones back then. As the daughter of the North King, Moon Spirit had come into contact with many beginner martial experts, including the 4 emperors and other extreme Tao experts. Moon Spirit had been ambitious back then. Among the 9 emperors, the only female was the Spirit Emperor. Could there not be a second female heavenly king? "Moon Spirit," Hong Yu murmured, his expression complicated. Chapter 1217. The website's 3rd 5-star masterpiece and the fastest 5-star masterpiece to be promoted. I don't know how long this record will last before it is broken, but I have to say right now, in the entire website, the fastest to be promoted is Gao Wu. Yes, first. The record holder. Thank you, everyone, thank you. I went back to sleep, sleepy and dazed. Global High Martial Arts, Glory 5-star. Thank you. Currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1218. Moon Spirit and Heaven's Fate left. Li Zhu and King Zhen disappeared. The situation on the battlefield was becoming more and more advantageous for the humans. Long Bian couldn't help but send a voice transmission. "King Wu, Are we going to seize the 9 Emperor seals now? This was a rare opportunity. On the human side, including him, that was a total of 3 Heavenly King stage powerhouses. Zhang Tao waved his hand lightly, indicating that he was not going to fight for it. On the human side, it was not easy to achieve this situation. If it was Fang Ping, this fellow might have the urge to snatch it. Old Zhang still had to be more stable. Snatching the 9 Emperor seals might cause those people to unite again. At this moment, it was a good thing not to fight. Although the human race was not afraid of war, every time they fought they had to pay a price. So many people died at the peak, and old Zhang was also pained. They were all brought in by him. He wanted to bring someone out. In the end, only a few Heavenly King powerhouses were left. Since Zhang Tao didn't want to fight, Long Bian naturally wouldn't say anything. At this time, no one paid attention to the clamoring. This guy's request was too excessive. But Zhang Tao's request at this moment, Tian Kuei also felt the immense pressure. Although only the Sea Guardian was dealing with him, this guy was too powerful. If not for the 4 sages teaming up with him, he might not have been able to withstand such pressure. Very soon, Tian Kuei made a decision and shouted, "King Wu, I'll give you a saint's token. Your human race can stall monarchs Qian and Kuin for a while." Seeing him agree, Zhang Tao smiled and said, "How about 2?" Tian Kuei almost cursed out loud. He was already under immense pressure, and now that one of the 4 saints had lost a saint's writ, it had already affected him somewhat. If he were to take away someone else's, how could he resist the sea calming envoy? Only 1. Otherwise, don't even think about it. "You," old Zhang sighed and said, "you're not generous enough when you make a move. Forget it, 1 is 1. Old Li, I'll leave Qin Kuin and Qin Kuin to you." The Heavenly King Zhen, Wang's expression was ugly. He snorted and did not say anything. King Qian and King Kuin remained silent. This time, there was a high probability that they would not be able to obtain the 9 Emperor seals, because they were enemies with the human race. Even if the human race couldn't get it themselves, they wouldn't give it to them. As for the Guardian of the Sea, the probability of getting him was not high. He was simply too strong. Fang Ping had so many saint tokens and a few Heavenly King seals. Whoever obtained the 9 Emperor's seals would have their eyes on Fang Ping. It was fine if they were given to the Sky Chief, but if they were given to the Sea Guardian, then Fang Ping would be in great danger. A sage token not only allowed the Heaven-Suppressing King to hold back the 2 experts, but it also allowed the Heaven-Suppressing King to hold back the 2 experts. Right at this moment, Zhang Tao stepped out and smiled. "I'll take it myself, lest you throw it out and someone else snatches it." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao's qi and blood surged as he punched out. In front of him, Guardian C's expression changed as he turned around and punched out. Zhang Tao quickly dodged and cursed. "Sea Guardian, are you determined to be the enemy of the human clan? I didn't provoke you. I came to take the saint's token, but you actually attacked me?" Envoy Jinhai's face was cold. Making trouble. Yes, Zhang Tao was here to cause trouble. Zhang Tao swore, but he sneered in his heart. Envoy Zhenhai had tangled with Heavenly King Jin and almost caused the human clan to suffer a great loss. How could he let this guy get the 9 Emperor seals so easily? He would never give it to Tian Kuei. Seeing Zhang Tao's action, Tian Kuei, who was a little unhappy earlier, changed his expression slightly, revealing a faint hint of joy. This was good. If Zhang Tao wanted to make trouble and get involved, it was worth giving him the saint's token. In the next moment, Tian Kuei let out a low roar. A saint's token shot out instantly, heading straight for Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao laughed heartily, took the saint's token, and punched out again, laughing. "Tian Kuei, you and I haven't sparred before. How about we spar once?" Having said that, his vitality surged, and he attacked Envoy Jinhai together with Tian Kuei. Envoy Jinhai's anger rose. He turned around and was about to attack him ruthlessly. Just as he was about to attack, Zhang Tao fled quickly. On the other side, dragon transformation had also revealed its true form, sweeping its tail, shaking the void. The two heavenly kings were causing trouble. Even if Envoy Jinhai was powerful, he was a little annoyed at this moment. Zhang Tao did not want to tangle with him. If he gave him a blow, he would run away immediately. How could he fight? On the other side, Hong Yu, who had not left yet, smiled and took a step forward. As soon as he took a step, Zhang Tao suddenly said, "Chaotic Heavenly King, I heard that when the Monster Emperor was born, you fled to the tomb of heaven. The Monster Emperor was Hong Yu in disguise. Do you have a grudge against each other?" Confused, Chaotic glanced at Hong Yu. He really did not know about this. Why did he flee to the tomb of heaven back then? It was not because of Heavenly Hound's coercion, but because he was chaotic, an elite of the chaotic era. When the Earth Emperor God dynasty was established, in order to quell the chaos, he was the first to be killed. If he did not die, how could the three realms be pacified? Back then, he was only a heavenly king who had not broken through 7. The Earth Emperor God dynasty sent 5 sages to kill him. Not only that, when he heard that the earthly sovereign was going to suppress him personally, although he was not afraid of anything, he knew how terrifying an emperor was. That was why he fled to the 3 realms and went to the tomb of heaven. Hong Yu in disguise? Chaotic looked at Hong Yu. Hong Yu felt a headache coming on. He said softly, "King Wu, those are just rumors. How can you take it seriously? You're the earthly sovereign." Chaotic ignored him. He stared at him for a while, then at the 2 kings. He seemed to recall something. "You two, the 2 fellows who reared animals back then." The 2 kings did not say a word. They did not look too good. The master of the demon palace in the past was now just a pet, a beast, and a coachman in everyone's mouth. Were they coachmen? Chaotic recognized the 2 kings. The next moment he looked at Hong Yu and scolded, "It's you, grandson? Damn it, it was you who scared me back then. I'll kill you." Rumble. Chaotic attacked. How dare Hong Yu scare him back then? He had no choice but to flee. In the tomb of heaven, he had suffered countless hardships before he could break through 7 heavenly kings. Chaotic. This was a blood feud. Hong Yu heaved a long sigh, feeling extremely helpless. The 2 kings quickly joined forces to stop him. Hong Yu did not fight. He retreated slowly, cursing inwardly. King Wu, Heavenly King Garrison, Fang Ping, none of them were good people. He had only made a slight move earlier, and that bastard King Wu had thrown Chaotic at him. Chaotic was not afraid of trouble, which made his head hurt even more. Zhang Tao chuckled. "Can I say that I don't have Fang Ping? Look, wasn't it just a few words and Luo Lan went to hit Hong Yu?" The current situation was in everyone's interest. Chaotic attacked Hong Yu. He caused trouble for the Sea Messenger, and the Heavenly King suppressed the 2 kings. Zhang Tao suddenly felt that the asking price was too low. He said immediately, "Tian Kuei, isn't it too cheap to exchange a saint token for a 9 emperor seal? For Heavenly Kings are fighting for you, and you're only offering a saint token?" Tian Kuei's expression changed. The next moment he growled, "If I leave this place safely, I'll give you another saint token and King Wu." "All right, I'll be waiting." As Zhang Tao spoke, he caused trouble again. He threw a punch. He did not attack the Sea Messenger directly, but shook the area, making the Sea Messenger feel threatened. Sometimes, threats were more effective than direct attacks. The Sea Messenger was a little aggrieved. He looked at the 2 kings and snorted in his heart. Both of them did not want him to take it either. It was because he was too strong. When Tian Kuei was injured, the 2 kings had a chance to take it back. Now that it was in his hands, the chances were slim. If that was the case, since they could not get it now, they could not let the Sea Messenger take it away. The Sea Messenger sighed in his heart. Perhaps he should not have bothered the Heavenly King earlier. Otherwise, he might have been able to get the 9 Emperor seal. Now, it seemed like the chances were slim. Everyone started fighting again. Luan and Hong Yu were getting further and further away from each other. Hong Yu did not want to be entangled with him, but there was nothing he could do when he encountered Luan. Luan chased after him, howling. Although the two kings had the combat strength of a heavenly king when they joined forces, they were heavenly kings who could defeat 6 heavenly kings, against Luan who could defeat 7 heavenly kings. Both of them were beaten to a pulp. Hong Yu had no choice but to catch them and start a big chase. In front, Hong Yu grabbed the two kings and escaped. Behind him, Luan sped up and chased after them, cursing incessantly. "Grandson, don't run. How dare you pretend to be an earthly sovereign to scare me? I'll kill you today. Don't run if you have the guts." I was wondering why the earthly sovereign was so cowardly back then. He killed a heavenly king, but did not kill him with one strike. He even sent a few trashy sages to kill me. "It's all your fault, grandson. Don't run. Even if I don't kill you today, I'll break all your bones." "Oh, right. Since you can pretend to be an earthly sovereign, you must know where he is. Is your father dead? If he's dead, lend me his corpse, and I'll let you go." Luan's eyes lit up. "That's right, I just remembered. The corpse of an emperor. If it was made into a divine weapon, how powerful would it be? Hong Yu, don't even think of running." In front, Hong Yu's expression kept changing. It was time to go out. If he didn't, this place was only so big. This lunatic kept chasing him. Was he going to have to listen to him cursing from behind? Just as he was enjoying cursing, a sword aura came from behind him. The sword sent him flying for dozens of miles. On the other side, King Kuin's expression was ugly. The earthly sovereign was also his father. That bastard, Luan, would die sooner or later. "All right, you two brothers are ganging up to bully me, aren't you?" Luan roared. "Just you wait. When I get out this time, I'll find the heroes of the 72 paths and fight you two brothers to the end." King Kuin and Hong Yu had a headache. The heroes of the 72 paths were a group of robbers and bandits who wanted to see the world in chaos. Luan was the leader of the bandits. However, during the chaos, many of them were killed. When the earthly emperor god dynasty was established to quell the chaos, these people were the first to bear the brunt. Most of them were killed. Only a few of them were still alive. Back then, their strengths varied. The weaker ones were true gods, and the stronger ones were saints. They did not care too much. The key was that since Luan had said so, he might really fight them to the end. Hong Yu pretended not to hear him. He sped up and stepped into the void. His speed soared, increasing the distance between them once again. It was better to stay away from these lunatics. Rumble. At this moment, Fong Ping was also refining the saint tokens. Actually, Fong Ping had refined most of the 12 saint tokens previously. However, this time, Fong Ping sacrificial refined them again. Refining 12 holy weapons alone was not something that could be done easily. Fong Ping had a lot of origin chi. At this moment, he was constantly consuming and replenishing it. That was why he could achieve this. Otherwise, the others would not find it difficult to control one holy weapon. The main reason was that they could not take it. After refining the 12 saint tokens deeply, Fong Ping's source world expanded slightly. However, it was not too big. Fong Ping did not care about the consumption of origin chi now. Endless origin chi surged into the source world, expanding it. In the small world, Old Zhang and the others did not open the way now. They had nothing to do. Fong Ping had chased them away to help fill the sea and make land. His small world was similar to the island in the sea. It was still very small now. With help, the speed would be faster. "I can't let you guys be idle. I don't need you to open the way, but making land is not a problem." When Fong Ping had sacrificial refined the 12 saint tokens again, the diameter of Fong Ping's source world had also expanded slightly. Soon, Fong Ping began to refine the Heavenly King Seal. Among the 3 Heavenly King Seals, King Sun's should be the easiest to refine. King Sun was dead. At this moment, the Heavenly King Seal was already ownerless. As for the other 2, there might still be a struggle. This was Fong Ping's first time refining the Heavenly King Seal. In the source world, the gigantic King Sun's seal trembled continuously as if it wanted to fly out of the source world. Fong Ping forcefully suppressed it, constantly consuming origin chi to refine it. Golden brilliance flickered continuously on the King Sun seal. As Fong Ping refined it, the effect of the heavenly King seal was indeed incomparable to the saint tokens. As the King Sun seal radiated brilliance, the source world was constantly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The darkness around the world was squeezed out by the golden brilliance. As for the space that was squeezed out, Fong Ping could use origin chi to make land. The heavenly King seal and saint tokens could not directly help in the expansion of the source world, but they could squeeze out the darkness. This was the greatest help that the saint tokens and heavenly King seal brought to Fong Ping. Otherwise, if he were to open it up himself, he could only be like a cat, grinding and squeezing out the darkness bit by bit. The speed of breaking through the darkness would be extremely slow. As the King Sun seal was refined, the source world roared continuously. The big golden seal, surrounded by the 12 saint tokens, began to reflect the entire small world. As for Fong Ping, it was his first time refining the heavenly King seal. After observing it for a while, he seemed to have noticed something different. At this moment, Fong Ping really felt different. He saw it. He saw some images flickering on the King Sun seal. Mountains, rivers, seas. Not only that, he also saw some things. His source world was also changing. Previously, the source world was just a piece of flat land. The place was not big, and there were too many cities on it. They were very, very small. One was Sun City, the other was MCMAU. Later on, after adding the origin water, there was an additional lake in this place. Other than these, there was nothing else. However, at this moment, it seemed to be different. He saw the ground bulging. As the King Sun seal shone, it seemed like something was sprinkling on the ground, and the ground seemed to be forming mountains and rivers. Not only that, at this moment, the 4 fat babies suddenly flew towards the King Sun seal excitedly. Fong Ping did not stop them, but watched. The 4 fat babies circled around the King Sun seal, flying and dancing, as if they were very happy. On the King Sun seal, some substances also seeped out, flying towards the 4 little babies. Fong Ping looked carefully. After a while, he muttered to himself uncertainly, "Origin water!" Things like the 9 Emperors seal and the Heavenly King seal were said to be made from many treasures, among which were things like origin soil and origin water. At this moment, the King Sun seal seemed to have these substances seeping out. The 4 fat babies were absorbing something. Their previously somewhat transparent bodies seemed to be slowly solidifying at this moment. This, Fong Ping murmured, recreating the world. Source world. At this moment, a small mountain had formed in his source world, and a mini peak had appeared. In the next moment, the King Sun seal suddenly fell into the peak. With a rumble, the King Sun seal disappeared, but Fong Ping felt that it had entered the bottom of the peak. At this moment, the peak was becoming more and more stable, showing some signs of materialization. In all 4 directions, the darkness was also pushed far away. The shadows of old Zhang, one by one, with the origin energy masses, began to fill in the empty areas, expanding the source world. Fong Ping frowned, as if he had sensed many things. The 9 Emperors seal was very special. This divine weapon that was disassembled was not forged by the forging god envoy. The forging god envoy said that this thing was a treasure. Fong Ping did not know what the 9 emperors had used to forge this divine weapon, and what was their purpose. Could it be that they had already found some direction and knew some problems back then, so the 9 emperors seal was actually to deal with the problem of the source? Fong Ping could not care less. At this moment, his source world expanded rapidly and was almost close to a diameter of 300 meters. However, Fong Ping frowned. The consumption of origin energy was too much. This was a circle. The more it expanded outwards, the same expansion of the diameter of 1 meter, the consumption of origin energy was completely different. According to the calculation of the area of Fong Ping's world that had expanded to a diameter of 1 meter was much larger than before, and all these needed to be supplemented and filled with origin energy. Fong Ping was helpless. Previously, he thought that the Ash Cat's world that was less than 1,000 meters was not considered big, but now he could understand. Don't look at his current world that was close to a diameter of 300 meters. Compared to the Ash Cat's area, the difference was too big. The Ash Cat's area was almost 770,000 square meters, while Fong Ping's was only about 70,000 square meters. One had a diameter of 990 meters. The other was close to 300 meters. There was only a difference of about 3 times. But the area, that was a difference of 10 times. The later it is, the more origin energy is consumed. In these tens of thousands of years, the Ash Cat has probably produced a lot of origin energy. But this cat is too lazy, and it doesn't work hard to absorb the origin energy of the source universe. No wonder it is progressing slower and slower. Fong Ping shook his head, but he also knew the difficulty. If the system did not provide him with a large amount of origin energy, he would not be able to take this path. The consumption was too high. Even if he produced 10,000 clouds origin energy in a year, which was considered a lot, it was only worth 1 billion wealth points. 100 billion wealth points of origin energy. He would need to spend 100 years to cultivate hard to get back. He would also need to cultivate day and night, not go to battle, and not do other things to consume it. Ordinary emperor-level martial artists would need at least 1,000 years or more to accumulate about 100 billion wealth points of origin energy. However, if he took this path, would he still be considered emperor-level? Perhaps the speed of producing origin energy would be even slower. At that time, it would not be strange for 10,000 years to produce so much origin energy. This path doesn't seem suitable for others to take. Fong Ping said to himself. Others did not have so much origin energy to expand the source world, not to mention anything else. The key was that their lifespans were not that long, and not everyone was Ash Cat. Therefore, this path could only be taken by Fong Ping now. Although the path of beginner martial is different for everyone, it is still suitable for inheritance. The path of origin is also suitable for everyone to develop. But the path I'm taking now is actually not suitable for others. If that's the case, this is actually not considered a new path? Fong Ping said to himself. A path had to be suitable for popularization. Only then could it be considered as a true path. He had also heard from the God-forging envoy that a new path might be born in this era. Fong Ping had thought that the path he and the Ash Cat were taking was perfect. Combining the advantages of beginner martial and origin. In the end, the mighty power became one. But now, thinking about it carefully, this path was actually more difficult to take. The me now, it's better not to think about these. It's enough for me to become stronger. Fong Ping shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Creating a new path was not that easy. The path he was taking might be special, but it was not suitable for popularization. Such a path was still not perfect. However, it was not Fong Ping's turn to care about these things. He would live until the end. At this moment, Fong Ping's body trembled. The origin world had expanded to 300 meters, consuming the origin chi at all costs. A heavenly king seal had allowed his origin world to break through another barrier. The remaining 2 might not allow him to reach a diameter of 500 meters, but 400 meters should be stable. No, I have to get that King Zhen seal from the Heaven Suppressing King. If there are 3 of them, it should be enough for me to break through to a diameter of 500 meters. Fong Ping was still thinking about this. As his origin world grew stronger, the pillar in the middle seemed to be unable to support it anymore. Creak, it broke a little more. Fong Ping frowned. After he became stronger, he seemed to be repulsed by the origin Tao. This might also be a problem with beginner martial. He stopped thinking about this. Very soon, Fang Ping suppressed the restlessness in his heart and continued to refine the other two heavenly king seals. King Qian and King Zhen's heavenly king seals were much more difficult to refine because their owners were still alive. The origin qi began to be consumed at a crazy rate. Fang Ping had condensed a lot of origin qi previously. He gave some to old Zhang and the rest, and fed some to the green cat. Now the consumption was getting faster and faster. Fang Ping vaguely felt that the origin qi consumed this time would probably shock him. The ones that he condensed previously might not be able to leave much. The night faded completely. That night, the roar of the battle did not stop. That night, Fang Ping had also refined the remaining two heavenly king seals. His body had consumed countless imperishable substances, in addition to a few transformations. Although he felt that he had not recovered to his peak, he was not far from it. On the other hand, the recovery speed of his mentality and brain nucleus was a little slow. The four fat kids were lazy, as if they had eaten too much previously and were now slacking in their work. As for Fang Ping, he took a look at his own data again and was satisfied. 300 meters and 400 meters. He had transformed twice. Wealth, 80 billion points vitality, 2,300,000 calories, 2,350,000 calories mentality, 19,399 hertz, 20,099 hertz per 19,399 hertz, origin Tao, plus 180% outer Tao, origin world. For 40 meters combat technique, God-slaying saber technique, plus 9% combat technique combination deduction, 1 million points / time strength control, 80% limit outburst, 543-3200 cal / 6791500 cal. His basic vitality was as high as 35 million calories, but the amplification of the outer Tao had decreased. His strength control had also decreased. The amplification of the outer Tao had decreased because the outer Tao was also being covered and there were some cracks. The strength control had decreased because his strength had increased too quickly. Fang Ping was losing control more and more. With the amplification of my outer Tao, this emperor's path is very likely to collapse next. The stronger I am, the more limited the improvement of Tao will be for me. Even so, Fang Ping was still extremely satisfied. His own foundation was getting stronger and stronger, so strong that it made him a little arrogant. Physique, battle emperor. His own strength had surpassed those weak emperor powerhouses who had the origin Tao's amplification. Ordinary, heavenly kings were not as strong as his physique. At this moment, perhaps only those heavenly kings with broken 7 could compete with his physique. There's still one more heavenly king seal. I'll go find heavenly king, subduing, and get the last one. I'll have another transformation of my body. It's almost time to go out. Fang Ping was too worried about the outside world. At this time, it was almost time for him to leave. Old man Li had actually gone to kill a saint. This old man was also very arrogant. He still did not know if something would happen.